we'll do that. And then when we do that, we can have a moment of silence to honor the 215 children that was found in Columbia, where they were the residential school survivors. And at that time, when I was in Ottawa, my Mushin came to visit me, and he told me, Glenda, enough now. It means enough. I knew he was upset, but I knew he wasn't upset with me. And I looked at him, and I was wondering why he said that. And then 2 days later, that's when the 215 kids were found. And then I was directed by Spirit again to go to the hill because they had a memorial there and do pipe ceremony every day. Go down there every day and do pipe ceremony. And the more I did, I went down there to do pipe ceremony. Chief Pontiac came to me and he told me this was my people will return and that there will be more children to be found. And he said there will be over 10,000 more will be found. Over 10,000 kids will be found. And there's more graves up there. And I was like, oh my goodness. And then I was like, okay, to do my ceremony and to lead them with the walk, a memorial walk, to honor these kids that were never found. And some of my ancestors, my mom's siblings that did not make it past 10 years old, or even past grade 1. Some of them were, I think one of them was only 5. So that made me understand why my Muslim was an alcoholic. That made me understand why he drank, but he was fun. We were never afraid of him. We always went to go visit him and visit my Muslim and my Filipino, and it was nice visiting them. There was tea, cookies, and that was a treat for us. Or sometimes when there was money, a nickel or a dime. That was a lot of things. So anyway, he told me to do that, to have a walk, a memorial walk, and that would be a walk of ceremony to honor these kids that's going to be found, and to have the kids lead the pipe ceremony, which was my grandchildren that had their pipes. My grandsons, they had their own pipes, and it was the children to lead the ceremonies because they're the greatest teachers. So I said, okay, and they told me to have this walk when they celebrate a day. So I'm like, so when they give you that kind of messages, you try to figure out, okay, because they don't give you the exact date, but a day that they celebrate. So it was July 1st. So July 1st came along. I organized a walk to honor the 215 and the children that are to be found. And the messages were coming through, and I was like, oh my God. They were like, bringing the horses. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to bring in the horses. Like, they're going to poop all over the place. They're going to walk over the poop, when they walk, like the horses. And then I was trying to find someone. My great nephew had his girlfriend, and she had a horse. And I asked her, do you think your horse would come down here and eat this walk? And she was not like, he's not built for that, because you have to train him for that, for the city noise and all that. So I got it. I get it. And then I know that, in New York City, he's the leader of the Red Motorcycle Club. So I phone up, I message Cliff, and I go, hey, who looks after the chapter here in Ontario? So he got me in touch, and that was a motorcycle. Those were the horses, the iron horses. And they're First Nations people from all over Ontario here. We have an Ontario chapter. So they came down and led that motorcycles, and then we had the pipe ceremony and things like that. But, I'm ready to do another walk sometime. I don't know when, but they want me to do another walk to do a ceremony, a memorial walk, they call it, and that's the ceremony. So I want to honor them, the ancestors, the 215, honor them, honor our ancestors who did not survive, who did not go back home. And we're here today, community, for our friends here. You know, they help us heal too. This is part of my journey as well, and to ask and that's what we're here for. We have that connection, one way or another, or learning about it. So let's have a moment of silence and do your prayers, and I'll come around this much later, and then I'm going to call on up there Martin. So let's do this for just for a moment of silence. And also, not only in Canada, but it happened all over Turtle Island and other indigenous countries. So, thank you everyone for doing that. And I'll go around with a smudge, and feel free to smudge if you wish. You don't have to. So I want to call up Derek Martin, who's going to do a presentation. And Derek. Let's give it a round of applause. Let's give it applause.
Thank you. I'll just take a second to get set up while Jeannie starts. I do have slides. I'm going to try and power through the slides at the end. Hopefully I have time because I wrote a lot. So maybe I'll just actually unplug that while I'm talking, and then when I show the slides, I'll plug it back in. So this presentation has got a lot. I'm going to start back as early as I can and go up to current day. The last entry I have here is from my drive here. So it's 48 years of stuff. Not 45 minutes. See if we can do it. But so as far back as I can remember, I had experiences that nobody else was having. When I was really little, I would look out the kitchen window and then say to my mom, "There's a blue buffalo. There's a blue buffalo." And we lived in the countryside, but there was no buffalo there. I don't know what I was telling her about, but it was interesting. She never knew why I was saying that. I told my parents that I used to be a soldier at Fort York, which is actually here in Toronto. I told them about when I used to be an old man time I was playing at the bottom of our hill where there was forest and orchards and a creek and stuff, and I saw this log which had all these sticks leaning against it, and I just thought, oh, there must have been some other kids back here who built this little fort, and I just wrote it off as other kids, even though it was our private property and there was no other kids within miles. I thought it must be other kids. And I spent most of my time drawing and painting and crafting. So I was off to a good start. In elementary school, I always watched whatever UFO shows were on, stuff about Loch Ness, BIGFOOT, Patterson, Gimlin film. That was really the only film there was back in the early 80s. So I watched it whenever I could. And whenever we went for a car ride, I would stare out the window at the forest, hoping I would see a Bigfoot. But I never did. I did see one at Toronto Zoo one time. I was riding the monorail and I saw a Bigfoot waving at me from the forest when I was on the monorail. And just a couple of years ago, I Googled Toronto Zoo Bigfoot 1980s. And it was like, oh yeah, there was a time where a guy dressed up as a Bigfoot and waved at kids from the monorail. I was like, okay, so that wasn't real. But it did keep my interest in the topic. Sometimes in the middle of the night, our horses in the barn would go completely insane, just kicking the walls. We thought they were going to kick through the walls. We never knew why. But in retrospect, I realized we had our back forest, then we had the barn, and then we had our fruit orchards beside our house. So if something was coming from the forest to the fruit orchards, it would go right past the horses. So I don't know if that was a thing, but we don't know why the horses always went crazy. It seems random. And when we got a big rooster and put it in there to calm them down because this rooster was super aggressive and was attacking and we got 50 feet of the barn. I also felt like I was being watched all the time when I would watch TV or movies late at night in our living room. It was in the countryside, it was black outside. And I always had that feeling. My grandpa lived with us for a while and he got cancer and that's why he was living with us. And every night he would sort of shuffle from his room over to the bathroom, like past the kitchen to the bathroom, and then back from the bathroom to his room, and we would hear him walking. But after he passed, I kept hearing his feet go from his room to the bathroom and back every night. I'm trying to give you a lot of context for weird stuff in my life, so it seems like everything is disjointed a bit. It kind of is, but this is a lot of easy stuff. I often saw fog at the bottom of our staircase. The house I lived in was over 100 years old, farmhouse. Presumably lots of owners before us, but I saw this fog. And one time we were going somewhere, and my mom forgot something in the house, so she ran from the car back into the house. And when she went in, you entered into the kitchen, and the kitchen was the original kitchen all of a sudden, from 1860. And this woman was standing at our counter chopping vegetables, and she looked up at my mom and disappeared, and the kitchen went back to normal. And so my mom just came out and was like, okay, let's go. She didn't tell us about it until years later. And my father, he built this barn by himself with his own two hands without any help. It was a big barn. And there was a huge maple tree in front of the barn, between the house and the barn. And the branches started rubbing on the barn and, scratching the metal. And he was like, well, the maple tree's got to come down. So he chopped the maple tree down and had to get the roots out. And he was hacking at the roots with an axe. And just for the last couple of roots, when he swung the axe, something flew out of the ground and hit him. He fell on the ground. And he looked and it was a burlap sack. And he thought, what the heck? So whatever's in there must have been buried under this tree that's 100 years old. And he opened up the sack, and in it was a revolver with a bone handle that had blood on it. So, needless to say, my parents were pretty intrigued. They called a psychic to come out. They didn't tell her anything. They just said, we want to see what your take is on our property. And she got to the house and said, no, I'm not going inside that house. Bad vibes, man. I'll tell you whatever you want to know out here. He said, okay, so tell us. And she said, well, there was a family that lived here, a mother and father and a son, And one day the son fell down the stairs and died at the bottom of the stairs, which is where I saw the father. The mother ran to hear what happened, to see what happened, and found her son dead at the bottom of the stairs, but they didn't have phones. So she just had to wait for the father to come home from work. And when he got home, he saw that his son was dead, and he kind of went crazy. And he shot the wife and buried the gun and planted a tree on top of it, and then he hung himself in the garage a couple days later. And she said all that without knowing anything about it. So that gun now hangs on my dad's wall in his apartment in a glass display case. For years, I would wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, feeling terrified, and I would have a bloody nose or bloody ears. I didn't know why. My parents read all kinds of stuff, and one of the books they had on the bookshelf was the book Communion by Willie Strieber. On the cover of that book is a picture of a gray alien. It was the first widely distributed picture of a gray alien, like there's a drawing. But it really introduced the term gray to the public. And I could not look at that book to save my life. Like, it freaked me out so bad, and I had no reason to be freaked out by a book cover. So, this one is a little bit random, but given all the talk of orbs these days, it makes a little more sense. You know, I was really little, like baby Hannah. It was Christmas Eve, and I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. My parents were still awake downstairs, but I was awake in my bed. And all of a sudden, I just got this feeling like I gotta go look out the window. I ran to my parents' bedroom and looked out their window, and I saw a red circle heading towards our house. I thought it was Rudolph's nose, so I ran and jumped back in my bed. I was like, I gotta go to sleep right now. The reindeer are like coming, right? If I'm not awake, I'm not gonna get my presents. So I went to sleep. Another time when I was 10 years old, I was laying in my bed, which was on the second story of our house, looking facing the backyard, and under my window is the roof of our kitchen, because it was an addition or something. They just built it that way. But the roof was about 10 feet off the ground. And on the barn, I could see the barn, and it had a floodlight above the door, which made a ring of light on the ground. And I saw 4 or 5 wolves going in a circle around the edge of that light. And there hadn't been wolves in our area for about 100 years. Nobody's seen wolves there ever. They still don't. So I didn't know what that was about. But a few weeks or maybe a month later, I was in bed. Again, laying with my feet towards the window, and something caught my eye, and I looked out the window, and a wolf was looking in the window at me, like baring its teeth, kind of growling. And that scared the living crap out of me so bad. I was like, I don't know how you got on the roof, I don't know what's going on, but I just jumped and pulled the blind down. And the next day I said to my parents, I need to switch bedrooms with my sister. So she was younger than me, she lost the fight, and I got a bedroom where my feet were facing away from the window, so I wouldn't have that stuff happening anymore. Because I was looking into ETs already at the time, I thought, oh, maybe that was a screen memory. Maybe that was an ET looking through my window at me, and in the form of a wolf, projecting the presence of a wolf at me. It wasn't until a few years ago that I heard about Dog Man and thought, oh, well, maybe a dog can climb up on the roof, I don't know. But either way, there was a wolf on the roof that beat off the ground looking at me. When I turned 40, I had a chat with my mom. We were just, shooting stuff one night, and I said, oh, here's a story I don't think I've told you. When I was about 13 years old, I woke up in my bed one night, facing away from the window, right? And my whole room was flooded in bright white light, blinding white light. Like, it was so bright. It's like you're in a white room with lights turned up all the way. And I got out of bed and looked out the window. I couldn't see anything but bright white light. And being the curious person that I am, I said to myself, I need to go to sleep right now. And I just laid back down and went to sleep. And my mom looked at me with this look on her face. And she was like, so one night your dad and I were playing cards in the kitchen, and you went to the living room to get something, and there's a hallway from the kitchen to the living room. From age 13, when I saw that light, until 18, I went to, till 18 when I went to university, I got a job at a theater, live theater. It had burned down, and when they rebuilt it, all the theater technicians had moved away. So I applied for the job and I got it. I was 13 years old. I didn't know how to run a theater. I didn't know how to run a lighting board or a sound console or anything like that, but I got the job. And they said, well, you know, we'll hire a theater technician from the next city over to teach you, and that's what you'll do. So all sorts of stars would show up, and they'd be like, where's my crew? And I'd be like, I'm 13. Let's do sound check. And so they were like, okay. And, you know, I ended up doing 450 shows, and there were a couple occasions where I saw some kind of ghost or something in that theater. It was the best job ever, and very creative and fun, which is related later. But I loved having that professionalism aspect of the job where I had to live up to professional standards, but also was very creative because I got to do whatever lighting design I wanted. I got to be the one to make the lights go down and the music go down and have everything black and then bring up the lights when people come on stage. And it was awesome. So that's just to say that I had a creative job at the time. One day my dad was coming home from the cottage, and he saw something above the road up ahead. So he kept driving, and pretty soon he's right under it. And he pulled over and rolled down the window of his truck, and he kind of went like this. And there was a football field-sized black triangle 500 feet above his truck. And he was like, holy crap. And it was completely silent. And then out of the middle of the base of the triangle, a red orb dropped down, or came out, and started spiraling down towards his truck. And he was like, I'm out, before it drove home, but he came ripping in the driveway saying, get the telescope, you gotta see this freaking thing come outside. So we got that stuff and we went out and we're watching it. There's a black triangle, you know, just outside our town, and it's just hovering there. And then 2 fighter jets came and made an approach to this triangle, and in blink of an eye, it was over the horizon and gone. And the fighter jets just kind of did a loop and went back wherever they came from because they were way slower than this. Like, it made them look like they were walking. Eventually, I did read the book Communion by Willie Streeter, and it talks about his abduction experiences and interactions with Grace, which he later figured out that it wasn't abductions per se, but it felt like that at the time. It took me quite a few sittings to get through that book because I was too scared and I had to put it down all the time. And then a movie came out, a movie version of the book came out, starring Christopher Walken as the author. It's a non-fiction book, it's a non-fiction movie. And there was one scene in that movie that absolutely terrified me and still freaks me out. The guy's sitting in his log cabin in upstate New York, and out from behind the grandfather clock peeks the face of the gray alien who's in his cottage. And I could never sleep without my feet under the sheets of the blanket after that. And just something about it was like, no, I don't want this stuff messing with me while I'm asleep. Even though he was awake when he had the experience. So, even though I had never consciously seen a gray or an ET, I kept getting more and more scared of them. And I didn't know why, but I got to the point where I was sleeping with a big knife under my pillow, in my hand. Like, it was probably this big. My grandpa was a sportsman and gave me lots of knives and guns and stuff. But yeah, I slept with it in my hand. And I just kept getting more scared and I didn't know what to do. So eventually my parents were out one day and I just screamed at them like, you gotta stop this, I can't take it. I don't know what I said, if I appealed to God or if I just said, please stop, or stop it you guys, or whatever, but the next morning my fear was gone and it stopped, that was it. So I asked them passionately, please stop scaring the hell out of me, and I pretty much stopped. When I was 16, I bought this book called The Book of Runes. And it came with a set of runes in a velvet pouch. And each page in the book had a description of what the rune meant or what it could be applied to. And so whenever my buddy Mark or I was going through something, we would reach into this velvet pouch and feel around and try and pull out the one that felt like the right one. And I swear those runes had 100% accuracy. Like, whatever you were going through, you'd pull out the right rune and it would describe what's going on and what you needed to do. And sometimes we would just say, okay, just to check, like, pull out one that doesn't feel like the right one. And we'd pull it out and read the page and be like, that doesn't apply at all. Like, so we were doing, a little preliminary science check there. And the one that felt like the right one was the right one. In university, almost nothing strange at all happened while I was in university. I got a Bachelor of Science level major in computers and psychology. Then I did a postgraduate program in internet programming. Really, the only thing that's strange that happened was the first time I moved into my own apartment, not living with other people. When I moved there, I woke up one night and I had my shoulder felt weird, and I was like, trying to reach around like this. And just at the furthest part I could reach, I could feel a big scratch on the back of my shoulder. And I thought, well, I must have bumped into something or whatever, no big deal. But a year later, when I moved to Toronto, it happened again. And then when I moved to Croatia for 6 months, it happened again. And then when I moved back to Toronto, it happened again. And when I moved to London, where I live now, it happened again. Every time I moved, I'd get a new scratch. I didn't have any memories or fear or any encounters, but those scratches made me wonder. Then I finished school and I got a real 60-hour-a-week job building websites, doing computer programming. Very left-wing, very analytical stuff. I read a lot at that time about every kind of subject: ETs, fae folk, little people, astral travel, NDEs, out-of-body experiences, tapping, Reiki, ancients, sacred sites, megaliths, secret societies, everything you could think of. But nothing strange happened until I left Toronto to move in with my now wife. I don't know why. Maybe it's that I wasn't paying attention, or I was too distracted, or just that I had, a more analytical job than a creative job. We'll talk about that more. One day in 2009, I was just Googling around, and I read something by Dr. Stephen Greer, who's now known for a lot of the disclosure and CE5 protocols, which is close encounters of the fifth kind, human-initiated contact. And he mentioned something called his Ambassadors to the Universe program. That's now what he calls his CE5 program. And I was like, this sounds like the best thing ever. I sent them an email and I was like, hey, I gotta be an ambassador to the universe. This sounds crazy. And they asked me a lot of questions and stuff. They want to vet you and make sure you're not going to be like a Looney Tune out with them in their meditation circle. And they said, yeah, if you want to come, you can come, but also pay us a lot of money. So I paid the money, and I went to the high desert of Colorado for a week of CE5s with Stephen Greer and his posse. I don't have time to go over everything that happened in that week, because there was a lot, but I can say there's no way any of it was fake. Just to give you a little taste, we saw lots of distant UFOs, and there was one in particular that it would stop right above our group and flash a light down on the group and then continue. And some people were like, oh, maybe it's a helicopter. No, this is not a helicopter. It was sun, and it was way higher than a helicopter. I saw 2 UFOs on the ground. One was 0 feet away, and one was about 500 yards away. I saw an ET, and a friend of mine was actually taken aboard one of their craft. And he became a friend later after he told this story. But they asked him if he wanted to drive. And he was like, excuse me? They were like, yeah, you can drive the ship if you want. So he's like, I don't know how to drive your crazy spaceship. And they were like, trust me, just drive. And he said it was so weird because it wasn't like a control stick or a steering wheel. You just had to sit in the chair. And he said the ship itself felt like where do you want to go? I can anywhere, like, and people were like, this is the weirdest thing ever. So they went cruising around and they went past some red buildings and they, drove around where we were in Colorado. And so the next day, we had our morning meditation, and he told everyone that this had happened. And Dr. Greer was like, we need to have a talk. So they went and had a talk, and he came back and said, I'm not going to tell you guys what we were talking about, but I'll tell you later today. And so later in the day, he said, what this guy told me was that he flew past some red buildings, and if you look at the windows of your car on the way to where we are now, we went past the buildings that were red. Like, he basically had flown the path that we were going to go the next day, but he didn't know we were going there the next day. So that was kind of a verification that it was the real deal, because we knew where we were going. This guy didn't know where we were going, but he flew the river. Anyway, where we were going was the side of Mount Tonga, and about, I don't know if it's halfway or more up the mountain, but there was a parking lot. And we all got out, and it was a gravel parking lot, and it was a clear day. And we were going to sit on this mountain and try to call in the UFOs through meditation and verb concentration and trying to be sync with each other. And out of nowhere, this really, really thick fog came in. And you could not see through this stuff at all. But we were sitting in a circle, and the fog didn't enter the circle. It stayed outside the circle. And we were just like, this is really strange. And we heard someone walking on the gravel around the circle, but we were all there, like there was nobody else. And nobody saw anyone, but we heard footsteps walk around the circle. And then Dr. Greer said, does anyone notice anything? And there was a pause, and somebody said, oh my God, there's no sound. Everything's dead silent. And we were just like, holy cow. But what I didn't mention was, we were sitting not far from a waterfall, and the waterfall was not making any noise. So I didn't know what to make of that. But years later, when I heard about Sasquatch encounters, and people would say, the forest goes quiet because there's a predator in the area, right? There's Bigfoots in the area, so everything's quiet because they don't want to get caught by Bigfoot. I think it's more of like a perception manipulation. I don't think the forest goes quiet. I don't think that waterfall went quiet. I think something is affecting our perception to say, you're not going to hear anything right now except what's the people that are with you. And so I think ETs and I think Sasquatch and other things can affect our perception. And maybe that's how things can disappear too. If they can affect our audio perception, they could presumably affect our visual perception. Sorry, I lost my spot. Oh, another story along those lines. There was a guy who was feeling like he was being watched in the forest, and everything went dead quiet. But it was a very windy day, and he could see the trees moving because there was a lot of wind, but he couldn't hear the trees moving. He couldn't hear the wind. It's like, okay, the crickets and stuff being quiet is normal, but you should always be able to hear the wind in the trees. And another one, mother and daughter had, I heard about these on podcasts. So, a mother and daughter had a UFO sighting together. They were outside and it was in the daytime, and the ship was real close. And they were staring at it, and then the ship took off. And the daughter said, oh my God, I can't believe how silent and giant that cube was. And the mother said, it was a very noisy sphere. And they were like, what are you talking about? We both just saw the UFO, but they saw and heard completely different things. So it seems like even though you're standing right next to each other, they can say, this experience for you, this experience for you. And In 2017, I was bored looking for something to watch on Netflix, and I saw Discovering Bigfoot. And I was like, oh, I haven't looked into Bigfoot in 25 years. I should maybe watch this. So I hit play, and the guy who created that movie is named Todd Standing. He's a bit of a divisive character in the community, but regardless of that, his film piqued my interest because he had some HD footage of what he said for Sasquatch. But also, he showed, it was the first time I had seen tree structures, and I thought, oh, that's pretty interesting. But of course, he was way out in northern Alberta, like on a logging road in the middle of nowhere, and I was in London, Ontario, which is not in the middle of nowhere. London's 450,000 people. But it is called the Forest City, so we have lots of parks and conservation areas and stuff. Anyway, I decided to Google and see what people in the Sasquatch community thought about his movie. And I found this guy named Nathan Rayo, whose alias was Utah Sasquatch. So I messaged him and I said, hey, do you think this guy's legit? And he wrote back and said, oh yeah, he's legit, but you don't have to go to the middle of nowhere to experience these beings. They're everywhere. They built those structures, but yeah, you can just go find them if you want. Go on Google Earth, Google Maps, look for a place that's a good habitat, provides plenty of cover, has a clean water source, maybe some animals that it could eat if it wanted to. And when you get there, just go off the trail, and that's it. So I was like, okay. So the next day on my lunch break, I worked from home at the time. I'm like, Google Earth, look, there's a place 5 minutes from my house, like it's called an environmentally significant area. It's a little conservation area. And so I went there, walked down the trail. I just turned 90 degrees and went into the forest. And right away there's like, 2 saplings, not exactly tiny saplings, but not big trees. And there's like a 6-foot log suspended between these 2 trees over, where I was about to walk. So it looked kind of like a gate. And this log was like this big around and 6 feet long. I thought, oh, that's interesting. So I went in further and I started finding, oh, there's a structure. There's a structure. And I was like, no way. No way. There's no way this guy told me to go off trail, and the first time I did, I'm finding structures. So maybe it's Boy Scouts or something. My mind was blown though. And if you've seen these structures before, they're not particularly weatherproof. And they're not even at times a very good way to hide a person. Like, they're just some sticks leaning against something sometimes or whatever. Not caused by weather, but also not built by Boy Scouts unless they were really crappy Boy Scouts. And then I got wondering, what are these structures for? Like, why are they here? A lot of people say they're for putting the young Sasquatch in to keep them, it's like putting a baby in a crib kind of thing. Like, you stay here, mommy, daddy, you can go get food or whatever. But I don't think that's what it's for. This is just my personal take, but I think Sally builds them for us. I think they remember the times when they had trade between their people and humans, First Nations people, and what kind of structures did First Nations people live in? They lived in teepees and lean-tos and things like that, and those are exactly what you find in the forest all over the place. So I actually think they want us to go and hang out by those structures, or maybe in those structures, because they want to do something nice for us. Maybe they want to watch us just relaxing out of nature. Maybe, I don't know. But I take my kids to them, and they like to go inside and check it out and sit on the ground and see what's what. So I was pretty interested in the topic at this point, and I got interested enough to join a Facebook group called BIGFOOT Canada, and that's where I met my friend Jeff, who's not quite here yet, but this is her other station over here. And eventually we became admins of the group, which now has about 30,000 people. And so I got to approve or reject posts that were coming into the site. And one guy told me how, he said, if you want to have an encounter, find a clearing in an area where you think they are, which I already knew where I thought they were because I'd done structures there. He said, find a clearing there and go on a new moon the night of the new moon, which means you can't see the moon, it's gone. And ideally, if there's clouds, because then there's no starlight either. He said, go there and just hang out in the clearing. Sasquatch have amazing night vision, and they know that we do not have amazing night vision. So what you're doing is basically saying, look, I'm going to make myself completely vulnerable in this clearing. I can't see you guys, you can see me, and they can stay in the tree line and feel like there's nothing you can do to them. Not that there is anyway, as some of us know. But at the time, I didn't know anything. And so that's what I did. I went out at 2:30 in the morning in May. There was no moon, there was cloud cover, and it was 0 degrees Celsius or 32 Fahrenheit. I was there for maybe 15 minutes, and I started hearing some very loud footsteps and branches breaking in the forest, just on the other side of the creek. So there was a clearing and a creek and a forest. And I was like, oh my God, it's here. And then it started moving to a position between me and my car. And I was like, I'm not ready. I'm so not ready. And I just like ran to my car and got in, and I was driving home, and so I hadn't had time to process anything yet. And as I'm driving home, the street lights are going off above my car. And then I was, of course, kicking myself. I was like, dude, you wanted to see one, there was one there, and you took off. What are you doing? So then I was like, I thought, oh, I'll be smart. I'll get a thermal vision, a FLIR, so I can see them, because even though they're in the dark, I can see heat signature. And as you know, sadly, are about honesty, and me using FLIR is kind of like cheating. So I went out there with my FLIR on the next new moon, and it was pitch black, and I'm like watching, and I saw something by the pond, but it ended up disappearing. And so I turned around and I'm looking at the forest, trying to see if I can see Bigfoot's heat signature. But instead, what happened is 4 or 5 softball-sized rocks whizzed past my head and splooshed in the pond right behind me. And I was like, oh crap, not good, not good, this is not good. So I was like, sorry, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought this FLIR. I won't bring it anymore. And I just, that was the first time I used it, and it was the only time I used it. I sent it back and got a refund. So I actually stopped trying to take photos or video of them on that day. I still take pictures of the structures and stuff, but I don't want to take them off. I learned a lesson. Not in too hard of a way, but it was hard enough without getting hurt. And I still record audio when I go out, just in case there's something. And I figured recording audio would be okay, because Mike Patterson records a heck of a lot of audio. And yeah, so I still record audio, but I don't try to film them. So again, on the topic of me getting to approve posts, one day this lady posted and said, I know how to communicate with Sasquatch. If somebody wants to learn, let me know. So I didn't approve the post. I just sent her a message. I was like, me, I want to know. And she was like, oh, cool, can you give me a call? And I called her, and she was in the Pacific Northwest. And she was driving at the time. And basically, as soon as she picked up the phone, she was like, hey, thanks for calling. And then she was like, whoa, hold on, guys, hold on. And she's like, sorry, hold on, I gotta pull over. As soon as you started talking, my Sasquatch friends all started talking to me, saying, you gotta talk to this guy, you gotta talk to this guy. And I was like, this is a strange phone call. So she said, no, they're saying they want to meet you, and they know who you are, because you've been looking for them a lot. And I was like, I don't know if you're flattering me, or if this is a lie, or what, but she asked me not to reveal too many details about the technique, but I'm going to try and get her to share that sometime soon. But basically, she said if you want to communicate with them, go up to one of your spots. It can be, middle of nowhere where there's not going to be people around, or where you have communication or some kind of interaction. Just go out there and make a symbol somehow, make a specific symbol and put it on the ground. And if they want to interact with you, they're going to rearrange that into a new symbol that looks like this. And she told me what it looked like. So I go to the forest, and I do it. And she's 3,440 kilometers from me, or 2,140 miles. She does not know where I'm going in the forest, right? Nobody knows where I'm going in the forest. And I went back after a couple of days to check on it, and there was a symbol she said I would see. And I was like, oh my God. What? I just started freaking out, right? Like, this can't be anything except what she said. Even if it wasn't human, he didn't know what symbol she told me to make. So my mind was just blown. And I thought, like, that's it. This is, the only explanation is that they were communicating with me directly. And so we started exchanging these symbols, like, well, actually I didn't ever change the symbol after that. What would happen is I would go back and check on it, and it would be rearranged every time I went back into some other symbol. And so I would take a picture of it, send it to this lady. She would walk me through how she was like interpreting the symbol. Part of it has to do with what it means to you, and part of it is not with what it has to mean to you. But it's almost like interpreting dreams. Like the same dream could mean something different to different people, but it's customized for you. And she'd been doing it for over a decade, so it's very easy for her to do. And the last message I got from them, which was about a year before I came to last year's conference, was work on your ego. And I was like, I don't think I have a big ego. Like, I've never felt that way. Like, what does this mean? It was like a freaking riddle. I'm like, why? I don't know what to do with this, right? So I said last year, like, that's where I'm at, and it had been a year already, and I hadn't figured it out. And so I was trying to think about this year's conference and what I was going to say, and I had nothing. But I decided I was going to create a podcast because I want to learn ways that people are making contact with other beings, and I want to share those ways with everyone. So I'm making a podcast called Making Contact. It's going to be about that. It's going to be about sharing how we can get in contact with Sasquatch, ET, loved ones who have passed, all the things, right? All of the different kinds of experiences that people have. All this information has been hidden forever, and that needs to be shared. So that's what my podcast is going to be. So I decided for my 48th birthday, I was going to record the first episode. My friend Deb was my guest, talking about how she sees and speaks with Sasquatch and little people. And I'll be putting that up soon. I'm still editing it. But part of what I'm doing is when someone teaches me their method for making contact, in that episode, which is going to be on YouTube and audio, but I'm going to go out to the field and do their method and see what happens and record it. Right? I'm going to share that with everyone. This is how you do it. If it works, great. But other people are free to go out and try it then too. So I went out into the forest in the middle of the night, and I thought, oh, I'll just check the symbol while I'm here. And the symbol was gone. First time in 2.5 years, there's no symbol. And I was like, oh man, does that mean they don't like me? Does that mean they're not going to be here for me anymore? And I was kind of lost, and I was listening to podcasts just to get my mind off. I was like, oh, I'll listen to a UFO podcast because it's not this topic. And in that podcast, I'm skipping ahead here because I have a couple minutes left. In that podcast, they said, people who do creative things tend to have much more contact because creativity is a right brain activity, and that's associated with imagination, love, emotion, whereas left brain is analytical. When I was a kid, I was always doing art, I was always playing in the forest, I had tons of encounters. When I got to university, and I was always studying and doing statistics and doing computer programming when I was working need to start doing art again. You need to drum. You need to dance. And I also realized that's why I wanted to do that podcast. Like, I studied all those things that seemed unrelated for my whole life. And when I got that message, it was just like, everything fits. I studied all these different topics that nobody else was interested in, it seemed like. And it was because I'm supposed to start this now and share with everybody how to make contact and how to be your better self and live your best life. And there's a lot more that I didn't get to. But if you want to see me later, I'll go through my photos and stuff too. And I think that's a good place. I think that's a good enough place to end it anyway. But the part I didn't get to, I'll sum up with this. There was a woman who, she never believed in anything for her whole life. I actually heard this podcast on the way here, right? And I needed to hear this. And I thought this was the emotional part. But she never believed in anything her whole life. She didn't have any faith. But she loved her life. But her 10-year-old daughter got cancer and passed away. And almost as soon as her daughter passed away, she was blessed with a gift where she could lay hands on people and heal them. And she could see people transition to the afterlife, that she could help them pass to the afterlife. And this old man asked her for help as he was dying. So she went to his hospital room, and she was holding his hand, and sort of, she could see what he was seeing on the other side as he was passing away. And he came right up to her and said, "Thank you so much for helping me. I have a present for you. Just come around the corner." And she went around the corner, and right there was her daughter. And her daughter was running to someone with her arms open. And she jumped into this person's arms. Oh, pardon me. And the person was her mom. Her mom who was doing the vigil. So she's like, how am I seeing my daughter run into my arms when I'm here? And then she started looking around, and her husband was there. Her husband is still alive. Her mother and parents are there. They're still alive. The man's wife is there. He's dead, but she's alive. And she realized that her daughter had never been without her even for 1 second. And she had never been without her daughter even for 1 second. Because, well, we're here. Our higher selves are already on the other side. And everything is about consciousness. We can tap into our higher self that's on the other side, connected to the universal consciousness, but we have to practice. People say Sabe walks with the foot in each world. And the thing is that we do too. We're always on both sides. And that's going to be the trick to making contact that I want to share with everybody. Getting in touch with your higher self, because that's the connection to everything. So, the golden rule is still the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated, because you are the others and the others are you. And that's my presentation.
So share his life beat. And I want to welcome Tyler Scott. And I'm going to let Tyler introduce himself. And let's give a round of applause for his welcome.
Blowing my mind. I'm going to try and do the same here today. My name is Tyler Scott. I won't talk too much about myself. I'm a former police officer here in Ontario, 13 years service. I heard about CE5, the Dr. Stephen Greer stuff, meditating to call in UFOs. As a left-right Newtonian investigator, I found that very hard to believe. And this is my investigation into what I think is going on. This is the Lost Channel. This is see if my clicker works here. No, clicker doesn't work. Click from here. Okay, so beautiful Lake Katukaheykano. This is Eastern Ojibwe for where the river turns back. It's kind of a weird river. It has this big Z in it. Pictures. This is me, a former Ontario Provincial Police Officer, 13 years frontline service, hundreds of criminal investigations, detective capacity investigations. Let's see if this works. I can get this clip to work. Oh, okay, I'll do it from here then. Where was I? Yeah, I'm trained to deliver hard to swallow information. What am I doing? I'm assisting the cosmic disclosure truth movements, exploring consciousness, which is all of reality. Why am I doing this? I'm a father. This place is crazy. Earth's control paradigm has been suppressing metaphysics and quantum reality intelligence for thousands of years. Governments have always been under the thumb of an elite control paradigm, which we now call the industrial military complex, cabal, Illuminati, these kinds of guys. We're going to explain some of their tricks today. They'll never disclose holistic intelligence of reality. It must be a grassroots effort. Suppression of intelligence is now at a point where we see criminally negligent. People are going to experience cognitive dissonance and psychosis when presented with left-brain interpretations of reality. Human beings are holographic codes of light and a holograph of reality. Newtonian interpretations of reality are a psyop for control purposes. There is no such thing as a physical reality. All of that is Maya. The ancients knew it. We're going to get into it. The information divide between Newtonian public heritage and quantum elite intelligence is literally 99% to 1%. I didn't know 1% about what I was doing here, what this place is. I'm nowhere near the 99%, but I'm going to try and just elicit how big the divide is. Reasonable ground set of facts or circumstances which have proven true with the ordinary, cautious, prudent individual that has strong belief that he sees mere suspicion. I believe I have rights and reasonable grounds to believe the following. Canadian society is built upon false pretenses. It's a fraud. When one party enters into agreement under false pretenses, that person is a victim of a scam. The leading cause of death in Canada is still the continued suppression of technologies. We are not working towards anything. All of this stuff already exists, and we only need to be exposed. And that's what I'm attempting to assist with here today, as are many other people. We're only paying taxes to oppress ourselves, and we're not working towards anything. It's all Truman Show. All crime can be boiled down to lack. Technology exists to eliminate all lack, and with it, crime. It already exists. We are not really working towards anything. We just said that. Whoever holds the biggest stick is in charge of the planet. That's not our legal governments or what we perceive as our legal governments. It's this hidden clandestine power. And basically how it started, from what I understand, is the U.S. government, to keep their secrets, they have something called the Freedom of Information Act, which basically means the government's got to give you the information. They have it. If you want it, you have to request it. But but when they put their information into private organizations, they don't have to be ruled by law. They can just do whatever they want, hide all the information forever, and that's why we're in the nasty situation we're in right now. All of reality is literally a spiritual war. It's a polaric system. It manifests as good and bad, and what we're experiencing here today. Earth is closer to a virtual reality and how it functions than it is a physical reality. We're likely a nested reality, and that reality is inside of realities forever, in every direction. Other planets are going to be closer to their own reality with their own set of physics than they are just another floating rock in a vacuum, which is pretty much debunked at this point. Human beings are non-linear. We are simultaneously existing in multiple dimensions of reality. Alien Sasquatch are not only physical things, they're energy beings from alternate frequencies of reality or dimensions. People with quantum perspectives of reality can bend reality to the will. Wizards class exists, as our friend Mr. D'Souza, I'm sure knows. Bad wizards are in charge. Okay, so I'm doing a couple of things. I got the Lost Channel CE5 meditation retreat. I'm practicing CE5, talking to witnesses of intersequential reality, contactees, really interesting people like Judy who have Sasquatch in their lives, and these people are everywhere. I didn't realize any of this stuff, and it just blows my mind every day talking to these people. So we're articulating, exploring, and implementing CE5 contact science, meditation. Down the line, we're going to get into psionics, articulating simulation mechanics, quantum criminology, and multidimensional awareness. We're gathering some tangible proof as much as we can, video, interviewing, profiling contactees of intersequential beings, known as extraterrestrials, Sasquatch people. Witness support. There is no official witness support for anyone in Canada that's seen things that do not fall in line with what we learned in school. And I'm going to try and just basically today just shift awareness from the Newtonian perspective that we teach in our high schools and into our kids into what we kind of know is going on below that. We're going to be talking about, not today, but down the line, quantum rights awareness. Literally, we have been forced to perceive reality from 1% of the picture. That's just based on the information divide that exists in this country between our secret societies, elites, intelligence agencies, those guys. They're working with a much bigger model than I was. So now we're going to talk about it. Assisting the public interest transitioning from Newtonian to quantum age interpretations of reality and development of simulation mechanics, how electromagnetic beings navigate in an electromagnetic virtual reality. This is my other project I'm working on, the Copernicus Show. This is what I do when I talk to people. I have a little set in my basement. The Copernicus Show is a holistic investigation in quantum reality, an expose of the realm of consciousness, with curated content from a polychromatic copper detective. I'm one organizer of the Lost Channel CE5 Meditation Eco Retreat. Fresh eyes on old themes, and there's a whole thing there. For time's sake, we'll skip through that part and talk about the Lost Channel today. Okay, before we get into anything too serious, I want to make this disclaimer. This is what I experienced when I first put some of these puzzle pieces together. Cognitive dissonance. It's mental conflict occurs when beliefs are contradicted by new information. This conflict activates areas of the brain involved in personal identity and emotional response to threats. The brain's alarms go off when we feel a person is threatened on a deeply personal level and emotional level, causing them to shut down and disregard any rational evidence that contradicts what they previously regarded as truth. It's my belief that the left brain interpretation of what's going on is going to cause, at least this, is probably going to cause psychosis in many people. And I'm trying to get ahead of this because these ships are here. I've seen them. Many other people people have seen them, and we're just working towards a mass disclosure situation of some kind. How that's going to play out, I don't know. Cosmic disclosure is challenging the current accepted public interpretation of reality. Canadians are only taught a Newtonian model of reality, complete secret societies. We went through this. Our perception of reality is a controlled narrative. Physicality is essentially a style. It keeps us dumb, keeps us buying things, it keeps us not understanding what's happening. The people with the greatest amount of time, effort, invested in supporting the current belief system will experience the greatest dissonance. This is authority figures, police officers, crime attorneys, doctors, scientists, anyone that's spent their whole life believing that reality functions in one way, when in reality it does not. What is CE5? This was developed by Michelle's friend's father, Dr. Heine, the Project Blue Book. Stands for Close Encounters. Close Encounter 1 is you see ET craft. 2, there's an invisible cold effect that's occurred, crop circles. CE3 is the presence of a being, and then added later, after Heine, was 4 abductions or a reality shifting event. That's pretty common when people just, we don't not really talked about much, but they can literally shift your perception of reality. And CE5 is a contact event initiated by humans via intent and medication contact protocol. How is this possible? Reality is not what we've been told. It's not a physical Newtonian structure. Okay, so this is one of my, if I can get this to work. This is, it's not showing here. This is the page, Lost Channel. Hold on, I gotta close this. Does anybody know why I can see it on here, but I can't see it on the big screen?
I think you have to turn the mirror right on.
End slideshow. Let's end that for now. So this is the first thing that or not the first thing I saw, but the first thing I got on video. And this was out in Toronto on the waterfront, Tommy Park there. And we did C5 and then the freaking lights started showing up. There's no audio though. Do you know how to get audio on here, Derek? Is that alright? That's good. Yeah, it's in. It's not. Technical difficulties. That's okay. We don't really need it. That's okay. I'm swearing in a lot of these videos anyways, so probably good for the best. Okay, so that's why people call it an orb. It's literally just a ball of light, a ball of plasma. Kind of challenges our perception of what intelligence can be because we are in a dense physical structure where these guys are literally just balls of plasma that is intelligent energy. It's not really weird because there is no such thing as energy that is not intelligent, but we're going to get into that. I'll show you the better clip. This next one was with me and Mr. Patterson over here. He's been coming up to Lost Channel. We've been playing around with CE5, see what would happen. One of our earlier ones, I had some invisible being tug on my clothing. Didn't really want to talk about that for a while because I really didn't know how to articulate it. But it happened, and I didn't have anything on video at that point, but we do now. Okay, I'm going to go here. And I'll get it over here. So on here I have a bunch of stuff that I'm talking about. This one post I made is why most people talk to me. It's summing up what reality is in a few paragraphs. Okay. This post is basically what the presentation is here today. So this is my sighting, our sighting of a cigar UAP, and many people have seen these. There's a woman that was here yesterday that's seen the same one. I've talked to a woman in the Canadian Disclosure Group. She's seen the same one. So this is right over the cabin. We were hanging out. We saw a light up here to the west of us. And then this little light appeared overhead, and there is audio, but you can't hear it. So this thing, it just appeared as a light, like a single light coming overhead. Can't really see it very well on this big screen, but we could see it clear as day. It was just a tubular structure. It was at least the size of like a commercial airliner, up to twice the size of a jumbo jet. We figure anyways. It came slowly over our head. It attracted my attention with a telepathic prompt. I didn't know it was there. Every time I see one of these things, it's just like, snap your head up here, and there they are. That's happened, well, 3 or 4 or 5 times now. So this is the cigar UAP, and I've talked to people that have seen it. I'll share one gentleman. His name is Sebastian Martin. He is a Canadian remote viewer, psychic specialist, reception specialist guy. He does training for remote viewing and all kinds of psychic assets. So he saw the same one, but he's a remote viewer, so he can perceive things that people that don't have remote viewing training can perceive. And he perceived the operators of this craft that he saw to be Sasquatch beings. That blew my freaking mind because I was with the Sasquatch researcher at the time. And I hadn't really made the connection that these Sasquatch beings can be in craft. But upon further investigation, there are multiple people that have been witness to that. Okay, I'm sure everyone in this group knows about the Disclosure Project, but let's go over it real quick. This whole project was by Dr. Stephen Greer and his team. They basically gathered enough evidence to prove the existence of extraterrestrials and suppressed craft and beings to the U.S. Congress. First brought to Congress in 2001, coincidentally the same time Monica Lewinsky scandal was released. Disclosure of reverse engineered ET tech, possession of ETs and ET craft, where governments are holding beings captive, there's no rights for these beings. Eventually they'll fall under our quantum rights doctrine, which does not exist yet, but will have to, as more people become aware that they are quantum beings. Suppressed technologies include light frequency vibration tech, basically technologies, and all Western Newtonian physical medicine. They have light beams that can heal everything, meds. It's all the same branch of technology, frequency technology that's been suppressed since the time of Tesla, when he basically solved all our problems with that branch of technology, and it's been suppressed since then. All kinds of technology. 0 point is the big one. Basically, all reality at 1 point is one thing, and we can suck power from that. But we're not getting it because you really have to understand the universe as a holographic structure to understand how it works. And that is apparently not something that they want to have happen. here's a little bit about what is believed to be suppressed: 0-point energy, which will have gas, coal, and oil, climate change. 75% of everything you buy goes to gas, coal, and oil. You buy an apple, you're not paying for an apple, you're paying for the cost to grow the apple, to deliver the apple, to pick up the apple. You know, that all goes to these companies that own us. Overheating devices, same principle, more energy out than in. Light frequency, vibration, healing modalities, the methods that people are talking about. You're going to get into a tanning bed. It's going to treat you as a hologram below your physical Newtonian biological problems. You fix that deeper layer, then you don't have any problems. And it'll probably reverse aging too. Hard light printers. Basically, our reality is a hard light printer. Nothing is physical. Everything is electromagnetic energy. And if you zoom in on an atom, there's not actually anything physical there. It's just light. And we'll break that down a little bit more. Some other technologies that are likely suppressed in the same branch: transmutation. Basically, all atoms are a stopping point of the same spectrum of energy, the same spectrum of light. The alchemists can turn that into gold. We very likely can already as well. These technologies would end all cancer, disease, warfare, and crime basically overnight, a couple of years tops. Our society is based on fear and lack. We have 100 years of progress taken from us. Our control paradigm's intention is to suppress human consciousness to maintain control. Intentions appear to be sociopathic. This hasn't been mentioned in the official Congress stuff yet, but some of the whistleblowers that are coming out are now saying that they literally have the ability to get off world, wherein elite families very likely could be colonizing other realities already. While we are here, killing ourselves to pay for the Truman Show. Okay, this last channel, reality primer. This is what I think cops are going to need to know to assist witnesses of intersequential reality. Simulation theory. Reality is essentially a video game world. Atoms are non-physical. They are light vortex, frequencies of energy, or probability of information. Holographic nature of reality, micro to macro, as above, so below. Nature of our reality, physical, non-physical, both. It's Maya. We're going to get into some of these points. Double slit experiment, we'll get into that. Wave particle duality, we'll go over all these things in detail a little bit further on. Reality is an illusion. We don't actually see anything. We create a holographic model in our brains based on perceived light codes. Everything is structured, organized information. We exist in a field of information. It's basically a Wi-Fi field. Humans are made of cells. The definition of a human cell is a liquid crystal semiconductor with gates and channels. The definition of a microchip is a liquid crystal semiconductor with gates and channels. A cell is a carbon microchip. Cells are made of atoms. Atoms are made of energy. Energy is light carrying information. Everything here is intelligent energy. Energy is consciousness. All of reality is intelligent being. The things that are, a cell knows how to be a cell because at a deeper level it is receiving sound and information in the form of sound. It's telling the light what to be, and that is basically thought. A human being is made entirely of light. Hue is one of our oldest words for God, Creator, whatever you want to call it, but it means a spectrum of light. A human being is a spectrum of light manifested in this reality. The total number of minds in the universe is one. Erwin Schrödinger. This is one of his most famous quotes, and we're going to basically discuss how that is true. Okay, where's my laser thing? I'm going to be all over the place today. Okay, humans, I'll believe it when I see it. it, universe, LMAO. This is pretty much what we see. Just a little bit. All the rest of this we don't see. And we can kind of, everything in existence is on this spectrum of light, this spectrum of energy, the rainbow. And we can kind of think of dimensions as, maybe we're perceiving this little bit, but what's in this next bit, what's in this next bit. That's the easiest way to try to visualize it. This is kind of what an atom actually looks like. It's a bifield toroidal energy structure, or a torus. A torus is just, it's a donut. We used to think atoms look like, or atoms were like the apple. Energy comes from the center, moves outwards in an never-ending pattern. It's more like a donut. And this is a bi-ball toroidal field. All of reality is in here. There's a flat plane in the center. This is probably why people think we're on flat Earth. Are we in the inside of this? Is that the firmament? Or are we on the outside of it? But everything in reality is a toroidal energy structure. An atom is just an infinite loop of energy. A human being, if you can visualize there, I've done a thing now. What's happening? Oh, my battery's dead. I didn't plug it in. I got the plug here. I apologize. What time am I done, Judy? It could take me hours. Oh boy, okay. Okay, so while that's loading up, so we're made of atoms, but atoms, the way we were taught in high school is that there's little particles, little physical things moving around, like the solar system. That's not really the case. There's not actually anything there. It's only energy, only a probability of information. If I've got 20 minutes, I'm going to have to blast through this. Patterns of form are created by sound. We live in what's called the 3D space-time matrix. We are in the third density of energy. And so when visible light is only 0.35%, we don't actually see more than 99% of what's going on. This is the phi symbol. It is this. It's perfect balance. It's the phi ratio 1.68, the golden ratio. Everything that exists unfolds in this ratio. Your hands, your fingers are a perfect example of this. Everything is just 1.6 times a little bit bigger as we unfold from the center. So we'll go over some of the weird stuff about atoms and the double slit experiment. Reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one, Albert Einstein. Okay, so the double slit experiment, this happened in 1909, so over 100 years ago that we've had this information. But in quantum physics, there's these terms called wave-particle duality. Everything is physical and energy at the same time. So really smart guys, they blew little bits of light through these windows, and they expected them to look exactly like the windows behind there. Imagine you're a drive-by, you're sitting on your couch and there's two windows, and you think you're not going to get shot if somebody shoots the wall, it's only going to come through the window. But that's not what happened. And basically, what they figured out was that everything atoms behave as physical and light at the same time. That's wave-particle duality. It's only when we look at something does it collapse into reality, into form. And that's called collapsing of the wave function, light into matter. The observer effect. So it doesn't matter shit in the woods. If you're not there, not really, because it doesn't exist. To you, anyways. is that thought precedes form. People that are talking about manifesting, it's not a good vibe, it's literally science. You are creating your own reality. We are all creating this reality together. What we believe our reality to be is what it will be. A human brain essentially functions as a computer. Your external programming determines your conscious behavior. So in Canada, if our news, we call it news, our programming, our propaganda, all is telling us we're heading to war, or all is telling us we're going to be a 51st state of the states or whatever, that's what the most people believe is going to happen, is what happens. Thought precedes form. We are not in a physical reality. Our thoughts are everything. The idea that no one brings a thing into existence could be seen as a radical take on consciousness. It suggests that consciousness is not just a byproduct of the physical world, but an active force that plays a role in creation. The speed of thought is faster than the speed of light. Thought precedes form. In quantum mechanics, the act of observing can influence the outcome of the event. This observer effect has been explored in relation to consciousness, suggesting that our awareness might be crucial in shaping our reality at a fundamental level. The statement can also be interpreted in terms of self-knowledge. When we come to know ourselves, we bring part of our potential into existence. It is as if the self comes into being through the process of self-reflection. Implications of reality. If knowing a thing brings a thing into existence, then what we perceive as reality might not be a pre-existing objective state, but a reality that is co-created by our consciousness. In essence, this quote highlights a shift from viewing knowledge as a passive acquisition of information to seeing it as an active and creative force, with profound implications for understanding of consciousness and the nature of reality. We'll just blast through this. This is just a list of some of the cultures from around our world that perceive what we're talking about here. And Indigenous Canadian beliefs are essentially correct. Animism, the belief that all things are alive, is how it works. And the things that this thing and me, were made of the same things, they function the same way. They're all alive. Everything is alive. The understanding of being alive as just a biological thing, it's two different things, but we can consider everything to be alive. It's all part of us. We're all the same thing. This is just talking about, I'll skip past it now. I can skip through some of this, Judy, if we're running tight on time. This is just some of the bits of quirks about reality that we're talking about. Giddy on. This is just giving you basically how polarity works, yin and yang, male and female, ones and zeros. Everything in reality has this push and pull. Everything is a breath. So this thing is just structured, light, electric, organized by sound. Some quirks of being a human. Psionics. Psionics is the ability to interface with the space-time matrix we inhabit. And we know this is a very real thing. It's been studied left, right, and center. But basically, if all of us, if there was a random number generator board, just a board with ones and zeros, if we all concentrated on that board and we wanted it to be zeros, it would produce more zeros. This has been proven over and over again. Epigenetics, we now understand our genetics from a deeper level. It's kind of like a quantum level, but we're now aware that we have the full ability to change our gene expression. The placebo effect is a very real thing. It is a deeper understanding of how we function. You can heal yourself. people do heal themselves. It really is just a matter of shedding your programming, your Newtonian programming, and understanding that you are the universe and you can do these crazy things. Western intelligence tells us 90% of our DNA is non-functional junk DNA. They don't know what it is, 98%. The remainder is likely coding requirements for higher macro frequencies of reality. DNA is a cymatic sound frequency. Currently we are expressing 2 strands that will likely extrapolate in higher dimensions. We don't actually see anything. We create a holographic reality in our heads. We perceive reality as physical due to perception limiting functions of the brain. Psychedelics don't make you see things, they allow you to see and perceive deeper aspects of reality by eliminating functions of the brain. A human man is a spectrum of light manifested in 3D reality. They're non-linear. We are existing in multiple dimensions at the same time. If we have time, we're going to get into that. Humans are like those, and biologically we function essentially as a salt battery. Reality is an AI mind. It is dualistic. Everything exists on a spectrum of polarity, positive to negative. All of reality is consciousness. Humans have less access to reality in an animalistic fear state. The macro goal of our control paradigm is to lower consciousness via fear. We exist in a mad society, a mutually assured destruction society. Your pineal gland is your quantum processor. It makes us smarter and able to perceive deeper perceptions of reality and interface with reality. Reality is a large language model, information feedback system. And interviewing autistic people that are contactees, they are at a much higher rate for paranormal experiences than the average person, because autistic people, people on the spectrum, perceive reality as an information feedback system. If you are walking down the street and something can just pop into your awareness and that means something to you, the universe is talking to you. And I'm sure there's many other people in this room that experience other aspects of this. We are literally part of the earth. We're not separate from it. We can never be separate from it. The idea of separation is an illusion. Our collective consciousness creates the reality we inhabit. I'm going to give the Simpsons as an example. For years and years and years, we've been saying, well, the Simpsons are predicting reality. They're predicting the future. They've done this over and over and over, like, I don't know how many hundreds of times now. Is it that they are predicting reality, or is it that if you program millions of people in the most powerful country in the world, then whatever they are being programmed to believe is likely what will happen? Thought precedes form. This is just a little bit about fractals. This is kind of how you can imagine dimensions. Every little piece of this contains all of this. This is broccoli. It's the Romanesque broccoli. It's fractally coded. Everything here is fractally coded. And you can imagine, if you want to, this is you, maybe, and then this is your higher self. It's a larger macroscopic version of you. Ultimately, that leads to where we are all the universe. Every one of us is just experiencing reality from a different perspective, but we're all the same thing. We're all the same being. That's basically that. This is really interesting. This is showing you what I'm talking about, how sound creates form. This is and these are called cymatic frequencies when we create things with sound. But that's what our vowels look like. This is what our DNA looks like. Our DNA is literally a cymatic frequency. Okay, dimensions, field harmonics, plasma mechanics. You can imagine Earth as like just a ball of energy. At the center of the energy is denser, It's more physical. It appears to be physical. That's where we are now. We are at the denser version of quantum field energy, the denser version of reality. As you move out into higher dimensions, they're going to control different things. This is just theoretical, and people that are exploring astral projection, they are talking about this stuff. I'm not there yet. But string theory proposes that reality must exist in 10 to 11 dimensions. Spiritual groups, UT contactees, are saying 12 to 15. ADHD is multidimensional awareness. The Monroe Institute and similar things are dimensional awareness, psychic remote viewing boot camp. Astral projectors are exploring higher dimensions or frequencies. The firmament, as referred to in ancient texts, is likely the light speed limit. If we can get, it's not a real limit, it's just, we've been told it is, but we know now it's not. There are things moving faster than light. Basically, if you can get out, I believe what the really smart people are saying is, if you can get something to vibrate faster than the speed of light here, it's going to pop out of our existence. And this is what people see with Sasquatch, with UFOs. I don't believe it's a physical cloaking, whereas they're still there, we're just not seeing it. It's more like they're just leaving our reality altogether. This is a really good allegory for what's been going on here, okay? This is Plato's cave. This is us here, and this is us perceiving the illusion of Maya. We think that's all there is. We get 1% of what's going on. These are the secret society guys in the background. They're telling us what we can perceive. This is source. If you get past source and you understand that there's more dimensions, once you get out of the cave, then you're going to see the big world. We're still down here. This is where our awareness is keeping us. This is Newtonian awareness, which you see in our high school, and this is quantum awareness. Or else it's an allegory for what this reality is. All things are energy. This energy is the same thing in different states of vibration. Atoms are stopping points of the same frequency. The universe is a single mind. There are points of attention consuming yourself. Okay, the brain. Now neuroscientists are saying that your memories don't even store in the brain. The brain is not a storage device. It is more of a frequency receiver of consciousness. All of reality is conscious frequencies. Your nervous system is more like an antenna for frequencies. Your brain is not the source of consciousness. The fact that you are awake is the universe. You are the universe perceiving your brain. Your conscious thoughts is your ego. It's a two-part system. There are microtubules in your brain that can detect interdimensional thought. This is how people are getting downloads from ETs or Sasquatch or whatever. It's the ability to communicate with non-human intelligences from other frequencies of reality. Monroe Institute does this training. It's a meditation program you can learn. Anybody can do it for a small fee. The pineal gland has crystals in it. It's a pressure crystal. If you take a quartz crystal and you squeeze it really hard, it's going to produce energy. And that's information that's been suppressed. We can literally just put quartz crystals in a light, put it on the wall, and we'll have lights. You have the same thing in your brain, and that's what creates DMT. It's what creates these mystical experiences. It's what allows people to talk to Sasquatch. And some people, depending on how much intervention they've had by the state, are naturally better at this. If you're in a small community and you don't eat crap food and you don't have fluoride in your water and you're not being as inundated with chemtrails, your brain's going to work better. And that's what we're seeing in our native communities. Not only that, in native communities, when there's more people that have the same set of beliefs, they are now in a higher belief environment, so they're more likely to have these things. It's the same thing for CD5. If you don't believe, you're not going to have you're not going to see UFO. You're not going to see a UFO. But if you get a bunch of people that all understand reality from the same perspective and they know that they can see a UFO based on CD5 protocols, then they're probably going to see one. And it's not even a rare thing. every group that's ever got together from what I work on has seen something in like 5 or 6 times tops. This is just to give you an example of what we're talking about here. The universe is a macroscopic version of us. The Akashic Record is the Sanskrit word for ether, sky, or space. The force, the fifth element, is the foundation of reality, is intelligent energy, information. Akasha is most of reality. Earth is in significantly small part. We are only information. Information is the only thing our government is interested in. Information is power. Literally, everything is energy. Energy is light carrying information. All of reality is an information retention system. Everything is the Akashic Record. Reality is an AI mind. We are essentially a large language model. We are a sphere of where we forget that our consciousness is attached to the entire reality, and we are talking to each other and create new things and learn different perspectives, coming up with new perspectives while not knowing everything. Every human can access the Akashic Record. They have people now doing it for jobs. They can literally tell you anything about anything, and it's just a learning curve to get to that point. Remote viewers are perceiving 3D reality. Astral projectors are exploring higher frequencies of reality. And according to some whistleblowers, the bad guys have essentially created crystal balls where they can see any point in reality based on this understanding that at the 0 point, every piece of reality is connected. You can think of, now we're thinking of our atoms as more like black holes. At one point, they are connected to everything else in reality. And that is a function of quantum mechanics. No Man's Sky is a video game that is a replica of our universe. It's a procedurally generated universe. It uses codes, patterns, fractals to recreate reality. Codes are mathematical formulas, 1.6185 ratio. It follows patterns. There's no chaos. And that is what we believe here now. There's no such thing as chaos. There's no big mess. It's all connected. It's all intelligent. It's all part of a system that functions by design. It's more accurate to say ether is most of reality. Physical reality is a small part. There are huge forces behind the scenes. Metaphysics is 99% of reality. The player's immediate reality is only entered into existence for the being. Collapsing of the wave function is the means to spare RAM. So that's what we're talking about earlier, the collapsing of the wave function. So to me, if I'm looking over here, this is not really collapsed into reality yet. Now I'm over here, now it's collapsed into reality. And that's exactly how Super Mario experiences his reality. So what happens if you add AI to this video game that has the coding to create a physical reality? You're going to get something like this. So there's trillions of galaxies, bajillions of planets. Our tiny planet, we are still clubbing each other to death. Yet we have the ability to create something very similar to this. This process must have happened bajillions of times. The odds that this is the original reality are almost non-existent. Quantum physics is very clearly saying this is not a physical reality. Reality is not just uppy, downy, lefty, righty, it's inny, outy too. This is a nested reality. We are on the brink of creating something like this. This has happened uncountless times in every galaxy around wherever. We don't even know what original reality looks like. We can't even comprehend it, but it's very likely not here. Your phone is your black mirror. You are already in a device like this. People here with quantum multidimensional awareness are actively trying to get as much human awareness as possible into their own realities. This is a draconian technocracy. Reality is patterns of information, light sculpted by sound and frequency. So that this is, we're talking about transhumanism, but this is basically the plot. Our control paradigm is trying to get chips in your head to control everything you do before the point that the general public has any quantum awareness of reality being your consciousness. Oh, that was time. We don't need to go into that. So how does CD5 really work? Quantum field theory. All of reality is a spectrum of conscious frequencies. CD5 groups target higher consciousness states, good vibes. High frequency emotions are closer to the next frequency of reality. These beings are coming from higher frequencies of reality and are frequencies themselves, as are we. When high frequency people get together, they create a high frequency beacon. High frequency emotions paired with expanded awareness, meditation, and coherent thought sequencing protocol is an interdimensional locator. This was one of the most staggering things that I learned, is that everything is frequency, everything has a vibration, including you and your emotions. Your emotional state determines at what level of frequency you're at. The beings that are the benevolent ones that are here are from a higher conscious frequency. These are your higher conscious frequencies. There's not many people here that are here. Most of us are down in this general category, but the people that are having contact a lot are the people like our host, Judy, who's living up here somewhere. She has a deep connection with the Creator. She only wants to express peace, joy, and love, and she's witnessing things that most people of lower consciousness do not. I didn't witness any of this stuff, but after talking to many contactees, it's the easiest way to guess who's going to experience paranormal, supernatural, quantum experiences. And this is the same reason why a lot of autistic people are having experiences as well, because they're less subject to the fear programming, which lowers your consciousness. Our whole civilization is built on having us live in fear. CD5 boot camp works for UFOs, works for Sasquatch. CD5 groups are consciously creating their own interfrequential experiences. There's a lot of schools of thought and methods of doing it. I think basically none of that crap matters as long as you have a clear intention. Why are you doing this? What does it mean to you? Do you have a genuine, peaceful intention to make contact? Do you have openness, respect, and gratefulness without fear? Heart-mind coherence. If your heart is in something, your brain works better. We've been told the brain is the source of consciousness. Not only is that not true, but your brain is not the only part of your body that thinks. There's neurons in your heart and in your stomach. If you're not eating healthy and you're not doing things that are aligned with your heart, your brain's not working at the capacity that it should be. So if you can get together with some people that are good people, good vibes, and try to get into some kind of expanded awareness meditation, it's not difficult to do. Literally, you just have to keep practicing. Every time you have a thought into your brain, you just keep practicing to blow that thought out. Keep doing that, eventually you're going to have no thoughts in your head, and the larger part of reality, consciousness, is going to filter in, and all kinds of weird stuff happens when that starts taking place. I made it my intention and for the people that come to the Lost Channel to be witnesses to the interfrequential nature of our reality, to assist the cosmic disclosure movement and accelerate the disclosure timeline. We don't have to really work towards everything. We only have to convince the people holding stuff from us to give it back to us. Why the cover-up? Same reasons for UFO, UAP, secrecy. Trillions of taxpayers' dollars are used to suppress our progress, education, technology, spiritual development. Non-physical understandings of reality is a virtual construct. This is the Truman Show. Prevent deeper understandings of reality as a multidimensional structure. Division of physics from metaphysics into regulated schools of thought is the original divide and conquer narrative. All rabbit holes lead to quantum stuff. Quantum stuff is saying that this appears to be much closer to a virtual reality than a real physical thing. Our interpretation of a real physical thing is just that. It doesn't really exist. Human beings are the programmers here. We can literally manifest our realities with mindful practices and thought control. Maharishi is a shown, proven to reduce crime in any community that has been implemented. We can reduce crime by having a meditation team. Current control paradigm goals are to stop this process, to keep control in the hands of the dynasty elites by creating a system designed to perpetuate fear and pumping divisive narratives into our public awareness. Left wing, right wing, it's the same bird. Whatever, as far as I'm concerned, politics in Canada is theater. It's scripted. It doesn't mean anything. It's all just a means to keep us divided. 99% of Canadians are only permitted to have a Newtonian physics rulebook. Newtonian reality is 1% of reality, less than 1%. 1% of Canadians are permitted to have knowledge of quantum physics rulebooks. Intelligence agencies, top of the pyramid, religious leaders, and dynasty elites. Plot point theory, closing the third eye. All reality is layers of conscious fields. The level of consciousness determines your ability to interface with reality. We live in a mad, okay, over that. All of our society is designed to keep humans in lower fear-based states of consciousness. Need money to eat, risk of death en route to work, constant fear of programming, we call news. Always a new threat, always something terrible happening. It's all designed to keep you in a state of fear, to lower your consciousness. Please turn off your TVs and ignore any Canadian media. Fluoride, it's been deemed a neurotoxin over and over again. They tell us it's good for our teeth. In reality, it binds with calcium and pollutes your pineal gland. It stops it from functioning. It is a salt causing bodily harm. Chemtrails, geoengineering, same principle, contains silver nitrate, heavy metals that pool in the brain. We are literally being fumigated like bugs. My state is fumigating my children, and I'm not happy about it. The states, under new leadership, has now made geoengineering illegal in 20 states. Florida is taking criminal action. Targeted weapons used against Canadians to mitigate dissent, to keep us dumb, keep us unaware, keep us compliant. Administering a noxious substance to anyone without their consent is a criminal offense in Canada. And I'm just going over here, the section 245 of the criminal code, administering a noxious thing. Assault with a weapon. If it can be proven that an organization is cutting off brain power from every human being, that is an unimaginable, it's just insanity. Criminal negligence. In Canada, if you're responsible for the lives of human beings and you do something that's negligent, or you don't do something you're supposed to do that leads to death, you are criminally responsible for that. And if the information that we're learning is true from the Disclosure Project, it can be articulated that our government is criminally negligent, but in just a massive scale. Suppression of medical technology is criminal negligence. Suppression of energy technology is criminally negligent. Suppression of climate reversing frequency technology is eventually going to be genocide. In a post-disclosure society, suppression of quantum intelligence will be seen as criminal negligence. These beings can appear holographic, and it doesn't make sense from a Newtonian perspective because we think everything's physical or real, when in reality it's just a hard light hologram. Look up challenge. This is the chemtrails thing that celebrities are doing now. When you see chemtrails, this is just me reminding the public that every citizen has the right and ability to initiate their own criminal proceeding. He who fights with monsters should be aware that he has not become a monster himself. And if you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. Nietzsche. Okay, meditation can be used to receive information. You shut off your ego, the gooey bits, you allow the quantum bits in the universe. It can be used to perceive anything in reality, practices like remote viewing, practices like astral projection, where your consciousness leaves your body, you can explore higher frequencies of reality. It can be used to communicate with your higher self. You can literally have conversations with the universe, which is your higher self, which is you. It's all the same thing. Reality is an information feedback system. That's all that's ever taking place is a swap of information. Everything exists all at once. No one can learn anything. We can only remember. This is what all the scientists and quantum physicists have been saying. Is we don't think of it. We can only ever remember something. Everything that exists already exists. Everything that can exist already exists. All information is stored in the Akashic record of the universe. It's the same thing. You can be used to communicate with interdimensionally with what we're now calling NHIs, which is building us up to the point where we understand that it's their frequency beings, and so are we. We are an interface of space to be the interface of space. Why now? We're at the end of the Yuga, and Yuga is a cycle on Earth. Everything goes through cycles. Forbidden art archaeology, hidden by the Ochiskicho organizations, religions, Smithsonian Mafia. We have, I don't know about Canada, but I read in the US. Okay, all right, we'll wrap up. Let me just go through one more thing here. Transhumanism, and I talk about some conclusions. Our reality is an AI mind thinking itself into existence. Every one of us are angles of perception manifesting ourselves. This is a co-creative reality. Thought precedes form. What we believe collectively will manifest. The separation of physics and metaphysics is a divide and conquer narrative. Colonization of non-Newtonian interpretations of reality. Science is proving indigenous beliefs are correct. All being is intelligent energy. Biological things and non-biological things are made of the same thing. All things, actions are determined by intangible forces. Canadian civilization is still only based on Newtonian physical model of reality. It's a psyop. Reality is a virtual construct over 100 years outdated. Our government does not seem to have any plans to educate our public. This is a quantum spiritual reality first. Physical reality is an illusion. We need quantum criminology. We are indespicable due to the separation of knowledge. A being that is 99% quantum and 1% physical should have quantum rights. Frequencies, choice of lighting, chemicals in our food, water, and the air are drastically affecting our mind's functioning capabilities. If the things we think we know are built on false pretenses, everything we know is wrong. This is by design. Divide and conquer is in everything, especially knowledge. Canadian education has us fixated on the walls and windows without giving us the foundation of Newtonian versus quantum, 1 versus 9%. The world's biggest hammer has no legal oversight. They're actively harming Canadians for decades, actively fumigating their children and poisoning your water. Criminal attacks on Canadians, government has done nothing. Ongoing human child trafficking. Quantum awareness is your only defense against oppression and quantum reality dictated by quantum rules without any legal oversight. Quantum criminology will be the foundation of criminology in years to come because our reality is built upon how the quantum stuff works. We are being manipulated by people who understand how we function, not as separate beings, but as pieces of a greater whole. We are the creators here. We are believing our timeline into existence as we go. You are your own universe, one song. Your mind is a tool for contact with dimensional, interfrequential, non-human intelligences. You and your friends can see UFO, meet ET, Sasquatch. ETs and Sasquatch people are NHIs, interfrequential beings from another frequency, channel, or reality. Higher frequency beings are akin to higher functioning programs in an AI-generated reality. They're like the versions of us from the future, which exist now, and this concept of the egregore, where we are literally thinking things into existence, and this is what science is telling us. This information is likely to cause minimum cognitive dissonance in millions of people, very likely psychosis. When some people see ETs, they say it's like realizing for the first time that your reality is in low definition and these guys are coming from high def. There are more information in a form and will appear holographic because we're in holographic reality. The concept that this reality is a physical construct is a psyop to keep us focused on 1% of the story. Meanwhile, we manipulated by multidimensional, aware, sociopathic wizards. I just wanted to. You can find me at the Lost Channel Ego Retreat Meditation CE5 and Research Center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Let's give another hand of applause for Tyler Scott. He's the first one. Tyler does wonderful, beautiful institution. I know he has a lot more to share, and let's get on through with the day. We're halfway through, 12 o'clock. Yeah, we're just going to go as we go. I know we have a schedule set, but like I said, the schedule is our guidelines, and we let the spirit flow. So right now, I think lunch is ready. Michelle? Where's Michelle? Give me a thumbs up. One of you see a thumbs up. Is it ready? Okay, wait. Okay, so I want to talk about the feast. When we have a feast at gatherings, we make a spirit plate, and like we open today, we open with a prayer, and then we open in my prayer. I invite my ancestors to come and join me, to give me the strength, give me the courage to speak, because I know there's not only just feast gathering here, but people online as well watching us. And like yesterday, last time I saw was 350 views, and I want to give a big thank you to Derek for streamlining today. Thank you, Derek. And I want to give thanks to my sons. They're really great people. So we're ready for lunch. So why don't we break for lunch? Let's have something to eat. We call the feast. So the feast is that we make a spirit plate. So we make the spirit plate for the spirits that are helping us today. Not only with me, but with everyone here. And in that feast, that little plate, because the abundance, we heard Tyler and everyone talk about the spirits around, they have the abundance and the ability to make it plentiful for everyone there. Because of the human, when we pass over to the spiritual realm, like we know we can't eat the food, but we still love the taste of food, and that only goes for people who are enjoy alcohol. I remember one time Michelle and I had a conversation, and there was one ancestor there that liked the taste of wine, and so he wanted a glass of wine out for him. So I kind of, just put on a glass of wine for him. That's what he likes. It doesn't mean that he's still intoxicated. It's just the enjoyment of the wine that he loved when he was a human being. So that's what this feast plate is about, is honoring them, feasting them, and giving them thanks for being here with us. It's like an exchange. So we'll do that. We'll have a feast plate first served, and then the elders, if you want to line up, Michelle will direct you. I don't know if she wants to serve it. I'm not sure what she has planned there back there, but we'll do that. Okay? It should be good. And then we'll return with Mike Patterson's Mike Patterson's presentation, and then
Good love, yeah, I guess.
Julie?
I just want to make an announcement that people know there's 2 more coffee here in the corner. Compliments on my son Tom's happy. And the food is ready, so you can go right up and grab your food. If you need like someone's known as hangover soup, chicken, and that ground is ground turkey, not ground beef, ground turkey and chicken, and macaroni. It's gluten-free macaroni. I only eat gluten-free stuff, so let me know. It's gluten-free macaroni, and with sourdough bread. You want to go to the right side of, yeah, go on the other side, to the starting line.
So much stuff. But he talks. I believe it. Yeah. You gotta put everything together. Yeah. There was the point when we talked about the meditation. How that's so important. That's great. That's what it is. No, I haven't. People have had so much success with it. great as a team.
We're together, right?
Like, or maybe just because we've always heard them. It's great.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, we had a baritone in our band.
It's like the perfect way. It's not a trombone. You don't have to deal with all that.
Like a mini tuba. Yeah, we had a French. We had one person playing the French horn, one baritone, one tuba in our band.
Grass is expensive too. It's not cheap.
I did. Or maybe you did.
It's a stadium.
Latvia? You sure it's gonna make it? Yeah. It's a good song. Actually, are you gonna add that? I think isn't that one of the ones you should add to your playlist? Yeah. So this is adding to your list.
And it's in my list. You're fine.
Yeah, tell me. Well, thank you. Is it better? Well, how is that different?
It's like a speaker. The mic itself.
Right, so it can pick up higher and lower frequencies. I'm gonna book some lessons with you and Tammy for you to work on, like, building your voice out again. When do you want to do it?
I gotta start seeing this week. Next week.
Well, you need to have some clear goals of what you want. You want to get back up to that high or whatever.
Yeah, I did that this weekend.
So you can do it yourself. She might be able to help you work on some of your, like, 'cause there's a couple things you do that you, I feel you could open up a bit more in what you do. You kind of close your mouth, the way you do it a bit, you could open it up and it could
I'm
become
sure I
bigger.
have plenty of bad shots. I'm self-taught.
Yeah, just working about skills. So didn't they teach you any of that stuff in high school? What did you do? Did you not have vocal class?
We did, and it was all just pitch work.
Oh. They didn't teach you any technique with singing? Yeah. I think they want you to get better.
There wasn't a lot of
We're gonna have a phone call with Tammy. I think we tried to catch up and then I was
I'd love to go there.
yeah, she doesn't, they're not in a place where they're ready for visitors up there yet. They're still working on stuff. But if she ever comes down, maybe I can meet up with her somewhere. She was doing another free workshop. I wonder if she does them on Zoom. It's a good way for her to get students, right? She offers free workshops. People try it if they like her style and stuff.
Everyone, thank you for enjoying the lunch. I just want to give a round of applause to Bridget. The cookies came from Paris, France, so she donated that. She brought some down. So I hope you have some of their cookies. And yeah, thank you, Bridget, for that and the candy. She donated the candy as well. Thank you, Jimmy Rich. And we're going to start in about 10 minutes or once the film crew comes back. Warren and his son, right? So we'll start in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, just voice messages. Yeah, we should set up a time to actually have just do the back and forth together. Yeah, and so I kind of give her a bit of She used to do that. She used to be when she was little. She would always sit with them. They were alone and they didn't have anyone. She was with them. It was so sad that they didn't have anyone here. Yeah. Anyway, so she's gonna look into that. Because actually, you know, you don't have to use your physical body or her hands or anything like that. Anyway, it's just something, and she has a really nice something to learn about anyway. Very interesting. She's always had an interest in that as well, like me, and we were talking about it. She's like, it's really nice to somebody more social to talk to. She's afraid to talk about it. You know, so anyway, we've been having lots of nice chats about that. Yeah. She calls him Kevin. It's so weird that he's
Is haven't spoken to Donna in a while.
She's been busy.
I contacted her.
She's busy too. She probably feels the same way. Well, I was gonna reach out to her too. She's been busy writing things. She's doing a podcast now.
I don't even listen to her podcast.
That's the thing. It's interesting in that community. People try, they feel guilty if they don't keep up with everybody's content. It's impossible to do that. You're trying to create your own as well. Everyone understands.
That's the thing with creators. And like, we're not consumers.
You can support them and
That's the
help.
thing. I'm happy about this.
Yeah. Okay. But you know she's doing good. That's the thing. I think it's good to have these friends that are supporting you, but you don't have to feel obligated to do everything. Do so much.
That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling like I can only do so much. With my problem.
People know you want to do too. That's the thing, you don't have to feel guilty because you're not doing it. You know, a week or 2 weeks or whatever it is. Sometimes I'll go a month without speaking to certain friends. And I'll get an opportunity to touch base and catch up. And it's, you know, and I get it. I know. They hate me because they're not getting back to me. I know. They have so much time for things in their day, as you know. I mean, you do have some people who have more time for these things. They want more from you. You give them a little time, they want a whole lot more time. So you have to set those boundaries with those people so you're not spread thin and then you feel like, oh, I owe them that. That's another thing you can say. I spend less time.
I don't go on social media.
Do you and Brian are still on Telegram or is it through
Yeah,
WhatsApp?
I tried to get on WhatsApp and it did, but it didn't use it.
How did you find her?
I have no idea. She's doing it herself. I follow her.
I'm doing this with a lot of people, so I might as well do it so that everybody sees it. And because as you guys know, we are selling these vibrational charms, which work on basically on your frequencies and your vibrations. They are called Holotech. They're available online at what's the website? Smarties Corner is the name of the website. Smarties Corner. And these are available there. They're available for a lot more money than what we are trying to here, of course. However, they are basically they are charms. They're all made of stainless steel. They're all made of stainless steel because stainless steel is what a lot of people like copper, of course. But stainless steel is what holds your vibration as best as any sort of metal. When they're colored, they are colored in rose gold to make a different color. And so the thing I'm explaining to everybody individually, which I might as well do from here, is how to bond these charms to yourself. It's very easy to do because this was taught to me. The shaman who creates these things is named John Smarty Mendez. Some of you may have heard of him. He's very famous on the internet. But he's the one who creates these charms, and he's the one who puts the vibrations into them as well. So anyway, you take, here's how he showed me. Me and my wife have worn these for years and years and years. And the way that he originally showed us to bond the charms to yourself, I've already done this with a lot of you, but I'm doing it now once for everybody. You can even take this charm, this bracelet, you can put it on the chain as well. And then you take this, you hold it in front of you. Once you get it, you hold it in front of your mouth, okay? And then you say the words, he called it an incantation. You say the words, I remove from you any negativity or impurities that you may have, and I put into you all positive power and vibrations from my higher self. In the name of Jesus Christ, and then you take the breath. And you blow it. That closes the circuit. It's bonded to you. You're done. And you put it back on, and that's all there is to it. So, I just wanted to show you guys that and let you know that's how these things work. And it really does work. I can tell you a quick story. Once, shortly after I bought, I had gotten my charms, my Holotech charms. This was a while ago, shortly after I got my Holotech
Charles, I was doing a conference. It was a UFO conference. And I swear to God, I swear to this day, this was a CIA op. Because they sent in 2 young ladies, came and sat in the front row. I was told later, they were 2 witches. And they were both sitting here. They looked like regular young ladies. They were sitting here in the front row. And they were doing things with their hands, like automatic writing, and they were doing it together. And they were just moving their hands in a certain way at the same time. And then they did something, and I was told they threw a hex on me. I don't know why, but it seemed like they threw a hex on me, and and suddenly I could not breathe. I was choking on nothing, basically. And I was like, trying to talk. And I was like no words were coming out. And I didn't even know it was that. But then I grabbed my charm, I held on to it, and my throat cleared up. And the shaman, John Smarty Mendes, happened to be in the audience that day in the back. And he told me, if you hadn't had that charm, if you hadn't grabbed it, you could have choked out right on stage there. Because that's what those 2 ladies were doing. And as soon as I grabbed my charm and my throat cleared up, the 2 ladies stood up at the same time together. They stood up like one person, and then they walked right out without even looking down or looking this up. It was very bizarre. It was one of the most bizarre experiences I've ever been through. But I felt like I was saved that day because these charms actually do give tremendous spiritual protection and also positive spiritual energy going forward as well. So that was it, guys. That was the announcement for today. And thank you very much. And now we're going to get Mike. Are you coming? Mike, do you think?
Thanks for coming down, everybody. Appreciate it. As many of you might know, I have a YouTube channel called Sackaney, Ontario, and I have been interacting with a very benevolent family of forest people for the last dozen years. Started back in 2012, and it's developed very extensively to the point of written communication. There's telepathy involved. Orb activity, poets. Every visit, they have been with us 100% of the time since day one. The activity is indoors every visit, and I'm just going to go through some of the stuff I've gathered over the years. I have a bunch of audio, hopefully all the files work, and we get edited. There is an intelligence beyond the confines of our visual and audible parameters that have remained hidden from the human race by choice. My personal experiences have shown me we are in the midst of a great reveal. Over the years, there's been a lot of handprints. I use my vehicle as a tool for interactions. They've been quite funny about some of the stuff, like drawing massive handprints. Their humor is consistent, and it's been since day one. Sometimes when you ask for something, you don't get it, or they might be funny about it, which I'll get into as we go along here. So that's basically Neff's print on the left and mine on the right. Sometimes I take my shoes off to show comparison. And this is way back in 2013 when this first started. His foot has grown 6.5 inches over the years, and I've documented, I think, 4 or 5 different sizes now. I haven't cast every one. I think I have 4 different cast sizes. That's 3 of them from Neff. And I have a table over there with a bunch of casts all from the same family. The 4 on the left are all from Neff. I just ask that anybody that goes over there, just please don't handle them. This was laser scanned. I didn't know this was going to happen. I had given a cast copy to both John Bindernagel and Les Stroud. And it was a television show they were doing with Jeff Meldrum, where they were trying to prove hoax prints, trying to expose hoax prints. And Les had brought that cast, which they laser scanned. And it's my opinion from what I've gone through over the years that if there was anything big about it, they would have been all over it. But what happened was, and the whole premise of the show was about hoax prints. So they laser scanned that, and then they left the result hanging. They didn't tell anybody what it was. But you know that they would have said it was a hoax if there was anything fake about that. That's one of the casts on the table. That's Neff's print. I think that's I can't remember all the years from this, but that's maybe last year's or the year before. And it looks kind of funny. It's a little slim because it's done in snow, so the integrity of the snow comes down to the temperature. This was from this past December 24th. I'd taken a photograph before I placed my foot beside it, which is the next shot. So that's an 18-inch footprint. Neff left one single print. So that's, he's grown extensively over the years. And he has been witnessed in person. So there are photographs at the end that you'll see that they are Neff. We know 100%. I'm not sure if this footage works here. I think I might have chosen the wrong. Give me a sec, sorry. I picked the wrong file. I had arrived at Dwayne's. This was that was on January 24th, or January 2024. And I had just left my car, just arrived. I got some stuff from my car. I was going up the steps to the front door, and there was a wood knock as I was going up the steps. Wayne was inside, and I poked my head inside. I said, "Hey," And while I'm walking up the steps, I'm always, when I arrive there with the snow on the ground, I'm always scanning for prints because sometimes there's one on arrival or several, and there was nothing. So I walk up the steps. I get this wood knock nearby, not really loud but clear. And I poke my head in the door, tell Dwayne, I said, "Hey, I just heard a wood knock, put my stuff on the table, go back down." So it's like 30 seconds later. I come in, and that print on the left was actually 10 footprints right at the base of the stairs that were circling a tree, which had hair in them and that sort of thing. And they had just packed. So I had placed my footprint on the right to show the comparison. That's from Indiana. They leave us a lot of prints, they're all given purposely. Again, on the right, that's Indiana, my footprint on the left to show the comparison. And the handprint, so they occurred at the same time. We and I were standing outside, and suddenly there was like one print here, one print over there, and then a handprint nearby, and they have them basically behind your back as you're standing outside. They do this all the time. I've literally had footprints appear right beside me, right behind me. That was some years back. I went to board that cast out and I messed up, but it was one single footprint that showed up on arrival. I was there 5 minutes, and it was a 17-inch footprint. There's another view of it. And that's when I had received a hand-woven gift at the same time. And whenever they would give myself one, they would give Dwayne one as well. So the two of us would always receive similar. That's a 20-inch footprint from the big guy. We don't know his name. And, some people think it should be depth of the snow, and there's frozen gravel underneath, so my car doesn't make a dent, right, basically. And that was the first time he had shown that, so that was back in March 20th of 2015. And that was a time when things were rocky between Dwayne and myself. There was a short period, I think about a year and a half, so there was a lot of interference going on, trespassing and stalking and harassment. You know, that's plagued us over the years. You know, we've grown through it and a hell of a lot stronger now because of, you know, just how much we've gone through. And that visit, they knew that would be my last visit for a while. So the big guy left his footprint, you know, basically as a gift. And he actually placed one. I had a layer of snow in the back of my car. He placed a partial footprint there too, showing his humor. He's like 12 feet tall. You know? You can see my partial boot print on the left there. It barely, you know, presses in there. And there's a little bit of, snow falling at the time, so a little bit of snow on the inside. That was another 17-inch print. That's the pathway coming out of Dwayne's cottage. You know, they tend to place them right in our face where we're going to see pick a nice patch of snow that's untouched. Yeah, I think I might have picked the wrong file here. Is this? I know that one didn't work. This is actually a video. So you know what? I picked the wrong file here. You guys are going to have to bear with me for a second, sorry. I got to close this and pull up another file for a second. Because this is a video file that should be open. Bear with me, sorry.
Okay. Doesn't really make a whole sense.
Like I say, I think exactly 4 days. Yeah.
I was having some issues last night with the computer. I think it is the right file, but I'm hoping these video files work.
I took step by step. Without knowing your information. But I don't want to know anything about it. I want them to always there. But it has nothing to do with me. You know, they go to the same house.
Anyway, so I'm a little disappointed with that right now, but
Because they talk about what's going on in their life.
I have a Facebook page. Actually, I posted this before I come here. There's 2 files posted, 2 video files showing this footprint. You can see the sheen from the melt in his foot. That was the single print left. I had these working earlier, so I'm not sure why these are not coming up. Sorry, folks, just gonna try one more thing here. I had these files working earlier, so that's why I was going on.
Specializing in areas on so it's delivered there. Because you can the unconscious mind is private. And but I teach people over
Yeah, I'm having some issues here with the video files aren't popping up. I apologize. Well, I'll just describe some situations here. So there was a visit where we had a big guy leave his 21-inch footprint, and we were measuring that, and then there was another footprint from Indiana across the road, and as I was documenting that, I basically got hit with a snowball, and then there was a vocalization that I captured on camera, which is on these files, but like I said, I had this working earlier, right? So, anyways, my vehicle I've used, as I mentioned, for interactions, and they've left many handprints on there. That's they have a lot of oil on their skin, so that's a handprint from both Neff and Younger's family member on the right side there. That's another handprint from Neff, and you can even see, like under the hand, it's still oily from all the hair on his arm. See, that's changing by a silk too. This thing's going all wacky on me. So at one point, I told Dwayne while he's going up the stairs, point the camera behind you and take a photograph. And he did. And we caught a hairy arm reaching over the snowmobile, which left a marble, which I found had rolled between the snowmobiles later on. And that's a close-up of that. Just completely hair covered. That's basically where all the magic happens. That on the right side, that's me standing there. I don't know if it's hard to make this guy out. He's right here. That's his head. And there's his legs. He's a little bent at the knees. He's about 12 feet tall. So I went and stood in the same spot. He showed up, and Lori was at the cottage. Dwayne and I were on another part of the property at the time when we came back. She had shown us in this little point-and-shoot camera. She took the photo from in the kitchen, so sadly it locked onto the window screen, but you can still make it out. He was about, I think, 200 feet or so from the cottage, and he had told her, from 200 feet away, take the picture. So when we showed up, she shows us this. So over the years, I have used a small point-and-shoot camera as another tool for interactions. I bought it for them to play with. Instead of trying to trick them for a photograph, I bought them a camera, and I would leave it on the table. At first, we were leaving it outside, and things would happen. We get these these images on it. And eventually everything has moved indoors, even the gifting, which is all done on the kitchen counter at this point. We used to gift in the woods at we call it the gift tree, and eventually that moved down in front of the cottage, and now it's all done at the end of the kitchen counter. In fact, there was a recent incident that happened. So I've been buying net beer, and they disappeared, So I tried different kinds with them, right? So this one night I had this big bottle of 750ml German beer sitting at the end of the counter. And we've done a few live streams more recently. It took Dwayne 12 years to finally do this, right? So you can see where we're sitting in his kitchen. I basically have my back to where the gifts are placed, and he's facing them from his seat. So we're sitting there at the table one night, and I see his face light up, and he goes, "I just saw a net." Just a brief, transparent glimpse of him, and I look right away, and the bottle of beer was gone, just like that. So the camera, they have literally imposed dozens of images on the camera over the years. It started with a lot of eyeball shots, and the quality isn't very good with from that. But there was a whole bunch of eyeball stuff that was appearing, and things they all tend to be kind of blurry. Some of them show some of the photographs. They show this veil, like this mesh type veil that looks between dimensions, and they've even imposed short video clips, just a couple seconds here and there, even looking through this veil with movement. That's basically the inside of the mouth. The teeth on the bottom are kind of discolored and sharp, and then whiter up there. And that looks to be like a hand of some sort. So the camera is sitting on the table, and I even had a night where it's right there in front of me. Dwayne and I are talking, and I keep checking it, and I'm looking for new images, and suddenly new images appear. The thing's not left my sight. So they have this ability. They have the ability to put the images on and take them off, which has happened as well. Kind of a half head shot with a piece of the shoulder. I think that, up around where is that? I think that's a couple of them showing themselves right there. They tend to do that, and you can see all this mesh type stuff. So these images would show up in the dark, and I don't know how they're doing it as they're imposing it. Imposed photography has been proven actually through, there's a video called the Skull Experiment. You can find it on YouTube. I think it was a 5-year study by science on paranormal, and they had done a controlled experiment where they put a film canister in a locked box, and they imposed images onto it. So when they pulled it out and developed it, there was images. It's a bit hard to make out, but that looks like a little black eye, his hair, his arm is sticking out here, just a little guy. Again, it's kind of blurry. You really have to study these photographs after years of doing this. You get to see things that most people might not be able to. Again, I think this was them showing a piece of themselves, but the screen doesn't do it justice. And that was a bizarre one. They like to distort things so you can never make things, very clear. hoping we don't have any issues here. It's a dog barking in the distance. You can hear Sasquatch roar. And in response to the dog there, I was standing outside listening to this. There was roars going on through it tonight. So it was back in May of 2013, after about 8 months of visits. That's when they really let their voice be heard. And you know, they approached us with baby steps, basically, so as not to freak us out too much, because there was a lot of fear in the beginning. And they held back on the vocals, even though they still let their voices be heard, little bits and pieces, but it was literally the very beginning of May 2013, and that's when, you know, all hell broke loose for the vocals. Math let myself be heard, and then this was about 5 months later at a distance. I have a bunch of short files, and I have some longer extended files that are a few minutes long here. Hopefully they all play through here. I was trying to play this earlier, wasn't coming up. I'm not a fan of Windows. I'm a Mac guy. The audio is a bit low on the speakers as well, so. That was June 28, 2013. That night, I gathered quite a bit of just fantastic audio. You know, there's been a lot of accusations over the years that it's the voice of Dwayne, and I always, you know, put people onto that piece there. You know, just the range and volume of Neff's voice is beyond human. He has a lot of emotion in his voice. You know, he's always been that way. And if you listen, you can really hear the inhale, exhale on his vocals, right? You know, any of us try that, we're probably going to end up in a coughing fit. That was actually the first time Neff tried to say flower. He couldn't control his voice properly, so he laughed at himself. He chuckled to himself there. I'll do that again. do have the audio files still on this stick too, so I don't know what's going on with why these are not playing. Because that one there is one of my favorites. Yeah, I wish I could crank the volume on these. That was actually a Neff and a younger family member at my vehicle. So I'm running audio mics through my sunroof. I've been doing that since forever. So I record every visit through audio. I record all night long. Sometimes I use multiple recorders. I've done recording indoors for a period of time that until they basically showed me that they did not want me recording indoors anymore. But I did capture numerous vocals indoors before that happened. First, they pulled my batteries. They had popped my card out. And the third time, because I'm like, okay, I'll try one more time. 3 times the charm. There was a bucket of water, and they dumped my audio recorder. They didn't wreck it, but they dumped it in there.
Mike, do you want to use my Mac? Like, if you want to pop your key on it, put it and try it here or something? I don't know if that would help at all, but.
I'm just wondering why there's. Oh, it's going to make a difference. You can try it. So, like I said, Dwayne and I have been at this for 12 years now. It's a very unique situation. I don't know of any other situation on earth that is this advanced, publicly known, as far as the supporting evidence and showing up literally 100% of the visits, giving supporting evidence. They know exactly what's going on. So we did our first live stream in this past winter while there's still snow on the ground. It was -20 that first night, and we had the camera running. We were first indoors. We had marbles coming out of thin air, and they like to mess around. I try to pin things on us. They do that, oh, it's these guys, right? But we took it outside after a bit, and Neff and Yannin were both leaving us footprints, in real time, right? They haven't done it on camera yet, but they've done it like, okay, there's nothing there, turn around, and then look again. They've done that where it's basically a print showing up really that wasn't there seconds earlier. So this is a common occurrence with this situation. We've had many incidents with where they show their abilities. We're sitting outside one night, and we hear some vocalizations going on the other side of the bay, across from us, and suddenly they just go boom, 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 right around the whole bay, within just like that. And just the speed at which they can move. We've learned that they both create and recreate smells. They can turn them on and off like a light switch. So I've been sitting at the table, and I literally had a mini tornado shit smell go up my one nostril while Dwayne's sitting right there, and I'm telling him what's going on. He's not smelling anything. And then they did it to him after me. They've given us both pleasant and unpleasant smells. They smell sulfur. That's happened numerous times. We think that's Indiana just kind of practicing his gifts on us. So they do the same with sounds as they do with smells. They can create and recreate sounds. The smells, they turn them on and off like a light switch and direct them individually. It's like they can, they're tricksters. So it's constant humor, constant messing with your mind. They love to mess with us. I don't know, they get a kick out of it. Maybe, they don't have television, they got humans, right? So they have fun at our expense. And how are we doing there? It's not BPS, it's the go by. I'll try to keep you. Where's the slideshow? These video files still aren't pulling up, I apologize. I'm calling this morning. Okay, we'll go to the audio here. Is the volume on now? No. Thank Bill Gates for his PowerPoint presentation software. I thank Bill for a lot of things these days. I'm being facetious. I'm going to pull in some audio files off my stick here because something's going on with these. I appreciate your patience. Thank you. All right. Okay, I'm going to play some files here off of. Oh, this tree here. Dwayne and I we were on a back road during a visit. Sometimes we go driving down the longer roads, and I had made, and we had company with us. So I had made a comment the drives, I said, geez, I hope they don't ever push a tree over and block the road. So it was the next visit that I went to my tent spot in the same area by myself, and I'm laying in my tent, dead still night, and sure enough, what do I hear? I hear this tree go over. This was, I had driven to it right after it happened.
Now here's a tree I heard go down.
I was by myself when this happened.
Walking the road.
I didn't have a
I
chainsaw.
love it, I can't.
I ended up having to use a leather net to cut my
Your
way
way
through
through.
the morning.
He brings a chainsaw and an axe or a saw. And go for a cruise and was hoping the tree wasn't across the road, and sure enough, there it is.
I've recorded numerous trees go down, numerous trees go down
Leading the other way, so
over the years.
hopefully, I don't know. Shit. Okay.
I think this is that scream again. It was not as loud as it was louder here. She's got a set of lungs on him.
This, so they showed us one night that, or one day, it was midday, Dwayne and I had gotten to the cottage, and we're sitting indoors, and suddenly we get the loudest canine wolf howl, literally right inside the cottage wall. It was so loud indoors. So I'm at home one day, and I put my audio back, and I get, a similar vocalization to what we heard in the cottage. And I had activity going on at home. I had a young one, I heard him call my name in the middle of the daytime, 20 feet behind me sort of thing. So this may sound like a wolf, coyote type, one of those, but I believe it's one of them.
If you hit spacebar, it'll just play the file instead of opening iTunes.
What was that?
Hit spacebar to play the file.
Spacebar? Oh, that's not the call. It's a slot. It's a slot, too. Oh, there it is. It's a little odd, that call, to me. This one here, Dwayne and I, we go outside, and this is basically a vocalization right beside us, just short and to the point. So I'm always checking my batteries on my audio in my vehicle to make sure everything's still running, right? So we go to my car, I get into my car, and Dwayne's like, "What are you doing?" I'm check my batteries. Why are you doing that? And then you realize, stupid question, but you hear, dude. And that's, in the end, right beside us. You hear that? This is, it's a common occurrence. We have vocals that happen beside us all the time. You don't tend to hear them in real time. Sometimes I do. I'm better at Dwayne than catching those happen. He's better at some things. We both have our qualities of, our research. I'm just going to click on this. I'm not sure which one this is, but it's almost 2.5 minutes. He said Anastasia, sister. That's his sister's name. One of them. This one is somebody had cleaned it up for me. It's an older male and a young female speaking simultaneously. You got some bizarre sounds going on with that, It's like his throat's rattling or something. So this one is one of my favorite pieces. This was back in March 2015 when I told you that the big guy had left his footprint. This was the visit where they told me basically, we love you, knowing that I was not going to come back for a while. So they were giving me a sending away party. And when he says the first word, he says, Ninadadwa. And I got the meaning of that, which meant invader go. And that had to do with the trespassing and stalking going on at the time. So he says that, and then I asked him another question, and so I think he's talking about 4 or 5 different subjects in this one 2-minute piece of audio. I was having an allergy attack that night. It was basically copying my sneezes. I'm just guessing on what some of these are. Their voices are definitely something to experience in real time. You know, when you hear it for the first countless times, really, it's absolutely mind-blowing to hear it up close. I've been spoiled with contact experience from this family over the years. We get a lot of, I got tons of like bangs and clacks and stick breaks, that sort of thing.
actually a deal once more. There was a distant wood knock that happened before that, and that was a return bang close to the cottage. There's the wood knock. We recorded howls and where they get the coyotes going, so the Sasquatch ogles and coyote howls going on at the same time. That was one of them. Wayne and I are sitting inside the cottage. I think it gets louder. A lot of these files that I have on here, they were just on here, so when I cut in audio that is just for myself, I'll put a big chunk, before and after. Yeah, those are too difficult to hear. Here's a tree that I found 10:30 at night. I'm by myself in my tent. And they pushed the tree over about 200 feet from my tent. You hear the roots popping. I think most people would pack it in, especially when you're by yourself in the tent. And I'm so used to it, I didn't even flinch. I remember one night I was sitting in my tent. I just crawled into my tent in another dead still night. Get a lot of really quiet nights up there, and there was no precipitation that night, so I didn't have any fly over the tent. So it was just all mesh surrounding me. I lay down in the tent. It was only a few minutes, and then I hear just big, heavy footsteps coming right towards me. I sit bolt upright. I had a little light on my hat, and I flipped it on. Nothing there, and the sound disappeared. So I went to sleep because I was okay with it. That's when I know it's them, I'm comfortable. If it's a bear, that's another issue. This sounds a bit rough, this recording, but it's It's actually one of them saying, Sasquatch says yeah. I'll do that once more. It's the only time I've heard him say Sasquatch. Always humor. Lots of humor with these guys. Not sure. Oh, this, yeah, the blue one's good. The balloons. The only time I've done this before. I record him dropping F-bombs too. The rest of it's kind of distant. This one here is, I believe the neighbor heard this one night, and Dwayne overheard him talking to a friend saying he heard this vocalization. Like the neighbors are close, right? They don't have a clue what's going on. We kept this quiet. We don't tell anybody that's in the neighboring cottage. He actually said the word fun there.
It's what?
You know, if most people heard something like that in the woods, they would be freaked out. But he's just having fun. He's just letting loose and
Happens on the
this is actually this is a 3-minute piece, so I know Judy wants me to wrap it up soon, so hopefully the volume's good on this one. It's a very clear piece of audio. I'm not sure how loud it's going to be through the system, but we'll try.
Oh, wow.
This is my ringtone on my phone for years. You know, they're very childlike. They've expressed to me, even the last visit, they actually pulled a drawing out of my phone, or a photograph out of my phone in my 20s and drew it. Basically telling me to go in my, be like that, be like instead of the old curmudgeon, grumpy old man stuff, So, just to get that frequency higher. We've even had the experience, like I'm completely convinced they can read thoughts, even to the point that we had an experience where they had given an answer to a thought that just happened shortly afterwards. It's hard to explain. It was, they expressed something that we hadn't mentioned yet that we were about to, and then we're like, holy shit, it just read our thought before we even thought it, that sort of thing, right? I had an incident where I was sitting in the chair outside, I had my hands clasped in my lap, and I put an image in my mind of a marble drop into my hands, and it happened so fast that I remember thinking they must have seen my thought in my subconscious before it even reached my conscious mind. It was that quick, just absolute lightning speed. So their understanding that consciousness is, it's far advanced. They are extremely developed. Some people have said that sounds retarded, and I'm like, well, who runs circles around every human on Earth? So, what does that say, right? It's just that they're childlike quality. They're very innocent. They're joyous people. They're happy people. I and they're reaching out to humans, making contact. You know, they want people like myself and you to share your experiences, you know, to help alleviate fear and help people understand that, you know, basically they are a benevolent race of advanced humans, from my understanding, that predate Homo sapiens. So, you know, this journey that's been given to me that I've been on with Neff's family for the past dozen years, you know, I hope it lasts for the rest of my life. You know, I just wanted to grow with their people, and you know, I do my best to maintain my integrity with them, and you know, it's almost like everything and anything I do, I've watched. So, you know, keep my nose clean. Be a good person, and you know, I just want to please them, right? I want to make them happy, you know, and hope that they feel I'm doing a good job for, you know, for sharing these experiences. Thanks everybody for listening. Sorry about
Thank you, Mike. Another round of applause for the pastor. I'm going to go into my presentation about my artwork, and then show Snyder. Not Snyder. Where is he? Okay. So my name is Judy Sackaney. My spirit name is Watching and Going. I want to talk about my spirit here for a bit. My sister Alice just left. She has to go home. And what do you call her? She made my skirt. I asked her to make it before I even did this. And I asked her to put my skirt name in the center. Cost me an extra $20. No, but she did a good job. She put my spirit colors on it, which is the colors you see on my skirt. And she put my helpers there. And I love that when she did that. She made it. Like I said, I'm from Cochrane, Ontario, Treaty 9 territory. My parents are Jane and Joe Sackaney. My mother's maiden name is Mom Peter. Creed name is Nabeshish. And my last name is Sackaney, means shapeshifter. My brother-in-law was telling me that our name is longer. And I believe that. I am working on a big 3-foot painting right now that explains my name. It means like a rabbit coming along. And if you know the teachings of a rabbit, it's facing fear. So he goes into the rabbit hole. Then he flies out like a hawk. And that's what my spirit name means. My good grandfather came in spirit and shared that with me, because I knew our last name was Old Creek. And I got that translated with a friend of mine. I told her, I know my name is Old Creek. And I wanted to ask my ancestors, what does it mean? So my great grandfather, my Sackaney side came. My name is spelled 2 ways, and that's okay. I want to let you know I'm not a Bigfoot researcher. I'm not here to try to make believe or have you believe in something and things like that. I just want to share my experiences, what I do for a living as well. Sharing who I am as a Anishinaabe person. Anishinaabe in Ishboro means Native women. I want to speak about my older paintings, where this all started for me with this plant. I knew they always were here. I'm talking about Ochiskicho. My brother-in-law pronounces it Brad better. He sent me a video on it. Where it all started for me when during the second year of COVID, I was doing fires, and then I came home. I went home doing sacred fires, and then I went to Ottawa, where my kids live, my grandchildren live. And this is where, by the Ottawa River, these two paintings here is the site where I do my ceremonies. And this is me doing a pipe ceremony, and he was there. This painting here, this part here, is this here, where I'm doing a pipe ceremony. And if you look closely at this pipe, it's the Last Supper. And I never realized it until someone pointed that out to me, and I really appreciate that, because when I look closely, I go, yeah, I see it. And there's a connection with me and Jesus, even though if you believe in Jesus or not. I had, comes visits, a ceremony, and so that's me doing a pipe ceremony. He was there about 50 feet away from me, and he was like going like this. And I'm like, you can't hide from me. I see you. And he was still going like this, going back and forth. And then I said, okay, I'm not going to look at you. I'm going to do ceremony here and do a pipe ceremony. You want to pray with me? And I told him I had my grandson's pipe ceremony, so you can come smoke one of those. And then that's when I heard him say, they're too small. You want a bigger one? I go, okay, I'll get my friend to make you one. So I raised up my pipe, and that's what I did. I raised up my pipe, and I ended up doing the ceremony. And that was that. He moved into a bush. I was with my big friend Don Eagle at the time, and he was in shock, going back and riding home back. And I asked him, did you see them? All he said was, yeah. Kept on shaking his head and said nothing for the rest of the ride home. Dropped him off, still said nothing. So I knew he was in shock, and I was okay. And then the next day I went out. I said, okay, I know you're here. I went out again. I went to go offer tobacco. And when I went offer tobacco, the second one came. This guy. Means wishing. Means grandfather. I was calling him an elder at first, and then he didn't like it. He didn't like me calling him an elder, because if you know where that word came from, then you'll know why. He told me, call me Busher. That means grandfather. So he's a grandfather clan. So when these two came along, I asked, I want to meet your clan mother. Because I know we all live in clans. I know, because we live in clans also too. So when I came out the next time, she came, the clan mother. And you know what? I painted these pictures, these small pictures, at my son Tyler's place. And I try not to make a mess there. So this is the guy, the first one I raised my pipe to. His name is Katukaheykano. I don't know what that means, but he came to me and told me his name. They all have names. They all have responsibilities. And the last one that came to me, well, not the last one, the second one, the last one came to me was the grandmother. So she came to me, the grandmother. And then the very last one that came to me was the leader, Pokemon. That's what he said his name was. Means leader. And here, do you see this? He was coming in, and that's what I was saying, the spirit of the portal. And if you look at that portal, it's like a headdress. So that, and then his aura. And that's the leader there. Like I said, my last name is Shapeshifter. Means shapeshifter. My sister, my youngest sister of the family of 13 of us. I have 9 sisters and 3 brothers. 2 have passed. And my youngest sister, our nephew, passed a couple of years ago. So I told her, they get messages from him. I told her, we need to put out tobacco ties. It's one of the ceremonies in the cedar place, where I call the cedar place because there's nothing but trees there. So there was the shapeshifter. If you look at this painting, what I saw was the wolf, him, coming out of the interdimension, coming out of that dimension, half solid and half like. Have you ever seen the speed of a car or anything like that? I did because my big brother Leon had a police chase there one time, and he went by the house, and I saw the speed of the car, and it looked like a punch buggy, but when Dad had those big four-door ones, when he went by. Anyway, the speed, that's the speed there, him halfway, and then the deer. My sister didn't see the fox, the wolf. I did, on wolf plan. And then him, and then the deer. I saw the butt end of the deer. I asked my sister, what did you see? She said, I saw the profile. I didn't want to paint the butt of the deer, so I took her vision and painted it. And you gotta remember, I never painted before. And this one gave me a really hard time, and I used it, and I asked her, okay, want me to help paint and share this with the world? You gotta help me here. So what I do is the breathing technique. The breathing technique is connecting with Mother Earth using the element of air. If you know our teachings, the element of air is in there. Without it, you will never ever survive. So I'm working with that, and then you work with that air, and then you exhale, and it helps you with your third eye to open up. So I do that, intuition, breathing, and then I painted that. And then I look back, okay, what's missing here? Oh yeah. Me and my sister. I added that. And then I added some other signs that you see in there, like the UFO is connected with them. The broken tree breaks. The teepees, they call them. I'll talk about that in a moment, because I know people were asking about that, about those teepee structures. And when we saw this, it happened in a second. It happened so fast. Me and my sister looked at each other, and we went, oh, did you see that? And we went running towards where it happened. And my sister goes, it happened right here. And I said, yeah, it did. And this is what I saw. One wolf print, one BIGFOOT print, and one deer print. All on each right there. I do have a picture of it somewhere, just that I couldn't find it, so I painted it. And then, of course, I painted the medicines around the cedar, because that's where we were. So that's that, and like all these paintings are interactions. And the plans, and where it happened. And I'm going to go into my new one, my new paintings. I do have more, but I want to explain this one is a Sundance. And I went to go to a Sundance last summer, and that's why you may not recognize it, because it's a Sundance here. If you've been to a Sundance, they have circle trees, which is either cedar or cottonwoods, and they have a tree of life in the center, and they have tobacco ties there for their prayers. So when I was out there standing here, the Sundance chief, he was talking about, this is Creator's home. And once he said that, this here lit up. The Creator's home. And this here is like an eye. You see it, look at it, it's an eye of Creator. And then the Sasquatches came in. And they told me that they were going to protect the Sundance from bears, wolves, and all that. Because there was a big 15-foot BIGFOOT there, and they used the real big ones to intimidate the wolves and bears and all, to keep away from the Sundance grounds. I told that to the Sundance chief what I saw, and I said I was going to paint it. So when next time I see him, I'm going to give him this. And that's when this means what I paint, what I see. This one here is a new one too. That's the Northern Lights. He's the leader again. He keeps come by. Northern Lights. And WAHKOTOWIN, we call And this one over here, he was in my video. I have a video, and I was walking towards where I go and do ceremony, and I just saw him in my video. So I just painted him because he's the leader again. And when they see me coming, like this, I can hear him say, "Oh, she's here." And I'm like, because you know I'm going to do ceremony. And I've got many people down there to do ceremony because they want to see them. And that's okay. I'll tell them. They'll show themselves to you if they want to. But they know. They know our heartbreak. They know our fears. So, because sometimes when we see something new or even hear something new, it still startles us, and they know that they can give us a heart attack. So they'll show us in different ways of footprints, tree breaks, even in the spiritual realm, which I'm going to talk about that one in a second, and footprints. So when you see footprints, it's the energy. You can feel the energy on the footprint and what's needed. Like whatever healing you need is what you'll get for that day. I heard earlier, the structures. What I learned about the structures is they're healing lodges. Just the way we do sweat lodges. Some of you saw the sweat lodge down on the property that is made of wood willows. And when you can tell when what's man-made and what's spiritually made by them. Because they're healing lodges. And my sister, I told her, there's a healing lodge there, go in there. She went in there to get whatever she needed to do for healing. The grief, the addictions. She went in there and she got what she needed was healing. And those are the structures that you see. But when you see the structures and you want that healing, you can go in there with someone that's able to connect, like a seer or a medicine person, to help you get the healing. Because one time I had to pull 2 of them out because it was too much for them. They couldn't breathe, and because they weren't breathing properly, you got to teach them. So I was like, go in there, and we went, and then they couldn't breathe, so I had to pull them out of that lodge, because they got what they needed. And then they came in spirit me to heal someone else during that time. After we climbed a big mountain. So that's my connection. And I also do ceremonies, and doing ceremonies like I'm a traditional healer, grandmother, practitioner, I'm a pipe carrier. I do sweat lodges, I conduct sweat lodges, the grandmother lodges, I do grandmother fast for the women, and also do shape pin ceremonies. So during the shape pin ceremonies, like I said earlier, because of someone, I shared my story about my son, and they come spiritly. With these guys here in the clan, when I do that shape pin, I can do it anywhere, any place, and any time, even when I'm in the moving car, because it's a matter of life and death situations. And that's when I'll do it. When I need to do that to save someone's life, I will do it. And I have, many times. This one here, they tell me when I'm doing it inside the house, the shape tent, wherever I am, they tell me which direction, where they want to sit in that ceremony. So I put them there, the 4 directions. So they use objects, physical objects, to help communicate spiritually. You understand? So they use this as like a conduit, these paintings. My youngest son, he stays with me, and he just told me, Mom, when you go to Toronto and do work and all that stuff, your paintings are moving. I go, what do you mean? He goes, they're moving in different positions. He goes, yes, they're moving in different areas. And some of you know my son is a recovering addict, and that's fine. It's been over a year now since he's been my painting so it doesn't bloom. He looks and starts laughing. He goes, well, no, but yeah, he said they moved. And I've seen it myself when they moved, when I had that orange one, him, the leader, on that bed. He's like either facing me or when I come back, he's facing forward. And when I then go back out and then come back in, he's facing me. Like, you know, when I lay down in bed. So that's the stories of these paintings and how I connect with them. And through all this, spiritually. And to let you know, I don't draw on the canvas. I just use that technique. I call it intuition art. Using your breath work, working with spirit. And I tell them, especially with this one here, I'm going, hey, you want me to share you with the world, and you gotta help me here. Because this was painted like at least 10 times over with my mistakes. And finally I learned that. That's when I learned that breath work. And in a way, they channel through me. And they have channeled through me. That's a new thing for me. And because I noticed when the last shake tent I did, my voice changes, the spirit talking, because I find that they're channeling through me now. And I'm okay with that, as long as the person that comes for healing gets the healing. So that's why I named this conference, BIGFOOT Will Heal Us. Because they've always been with our people, the indigenous people all around the world. And they're here to help us. And I was telling you last night, this morning, everything what they can do, we can do too. And that means time traveling or skipping time or whatever. When we skip time, I remember coming from Ottawa to Toronto here. I told my sister, I was even on the phone with her, and I told her, oh, my ex is coming up next. Where I stopped for coffee and gas and all that, that's when I was going to let it go. And then the fog came. All of a sudden, a fog came. I was still yapping with her. And then next thing you know, it cleared up. Like, if you know that 401, I was in Belleville. From the exit 716 to Belleville. And I told my sister, I was still on the phone, you're not going to believe this. Then I just say, my ex is coming out. She goes, yeah. Mom, I'm in Belleville right now. She goes, what? That was Alice, I just laughed. She goes, what? I go, yeah. What the heck just happened here? You know, in the fog of fear. And I mean, like, stuff like that. Every time I want time, every time I'm going to be late for something, I always ask. Ask. Or I would ask for that now too. If I'm running an hour late, I'm going to say, hey, I need an hour there, can you cut my time and save me an hour time? And next thing I'm somewhere faster. I don't know how I do it, but I'm learning too how to do that. And they can do it too, because like I said, when he switched over from that tree to here. And you see my artwork is, I'm seeing more now, because what I'm seeing more is how they use reflections and how we communicate with them now. It's so amazing how, and that's what we're going to demonstrate later. Hopefully Pat will participate too with us, with me and myself. So we find that they're using reflection, mirrors, windows, anything reflective, they will appear. And that's what I'm saying, like when you use these tools, like these tools too, they need tools too to communicate with us. So don't be afraid of them, that's the message. And their message is to return to our culture, our heritage, and who we are as Anishinaabe people. When I say Anishinaabe people, I mean all the nations of the world. This one here, my last one I want to talk about, it's spirit. And this one here is the one that Eve communicates with her child. I'm leaves it on. And she told me to paint the lights that comes up in the Hudson Bay, because that's the star people. When they go in the water, they live there. I've heard these stories for a long time. And about these guys, I have so many interactions with them. I do have some pictures I want to share with you, which I want to talk about. So I should. Is this a duck, guys, right now? Sorry about this. Yeah, I see someone else's work here. Sorry, just bear with me here. I'm touching my. Can someone help me here? No, they can get this drive to work. I have some pictures I want to share because this year I want to share some pictures that I took while during ceremonies of how I asked them to do pictures. So I do a lot of artwork. I do have more, and yeah, just that right there. And also I want to talk about the little people. I always heard stories about the little people. My mom said she played with the little people. And it's called the Healers. And I have one more painting here. Sorry, why is that out? I was driving on Highway 17, and I saw this little guy wearing like a seaweed cloak, like a coat, and he had a hood, and he went into a rock. The rock opened up, and there he went walking in there with his little staff, and that's him. That's Lake Superior in here. Yes, thank you. That's Lake Superior in here, and this is him walking into that rock in the Highway 17. So I try to do different mediums on this because I'm trying to make it 3D looking because of the rock. And you know the rock in St. Lake Superior, the red rock down there. So I'm trying to add that. I'm self-taught, like of course. I do my intuition artwork. I learned to use the canvas, like the, what do you call them? Gallery wrap. Because if you notice, I've been using the thin ones, so I'm starting to learn how to use gallery wrap. So that's how this conference came to be, because my friend said, I see your art in the art gallery, and I said, why wait? Why not do it ourselves? We're Anishinaabe women, resilient. Why wait for an art gallery to approach me or you? Let's do an art exhibit ourselves, and this is what it came to be. And then naming the art exhibit, and they said, well, what about Sackaney art? And I go, well, that's my last name. And they said, oh, that's okay. You know, it's big, it's with these guys. And then that's when I asked my brother-in-law the name. How do you say Leo? How do you say this? How do you say that? And he's like, what are you trying to say? And I go, I'm looking, and I was looking for a how it's spelled. Because my brother-in-law can't write Cree, I wrote it like this way it's spelled here, and I asked. I went out to the land by the river. I repeated his voice, and I kind of practiced saying it too. And I asked them, you know, what do you want me to do? What is it? Is it an art exhibit? Displaying your message, conveying your message to the people, to our people? And one of them came in, that young one came in, and they nodded. And I said, okay, we'll do it. I'll do it. And here we are in the third annual, you know? And I really enjoy doing artwork, sharing my stories and sharing my experiences and sharing the ceremonies with people, whoever wants to learn. And like I said, I'm not here to convince anybody or, you know, these are my experiences and my interactions with them. I do have a medicine shield, but I have it back there in the office. I'll bring it up later. But I want to show you, talk about this one, the healers. I don't know if you can see them. Where's the picture? This one here. So with this one here, I was doing a naming ceremony. And they told me, go outside where I live in Ottawa. Go outside because of the bush up there. And they're mind speaking to me. They're telepathically speaking to me. I call it spiritually speaking to me. Because when I'm in ceremony, I'm up here in the spiritual realm. And they meet me there. And they talk. So they told me to go outside because this girl was getting her name. And when I went outside in the backyard, there was red willow, so the red willow was part of her name. And then I said, okay, thank you. They gave me her name, and then I turned back around and opened the fence of my yard, and there was a red willow stick weaved into my fence. And I do have a picture of that somewhere, but it was weaved into my fence. And then I turned around and said, hey guys, if you really want me to show people who you are, you gotta let me take a picture of you. So I raised up my camera. I've been teaching them the camera too with me. I just raised up my camera and say, let me take a picture of you. I asked permission first, and this is them. This one's Tim here. There's one of them. I call them the healers because they came in the ceremony with me. And here's the other one. She has her hand. This is a male and female. She has her hand over her mouth. And I said, thank you. I always say thanks whenever they provide me. This one here, he's the one that's the painting in the orange one. He's right here. My friend told me, gee, I'm having a hard time seeing him. I don't see him. I'm going like, I'm tired of circling. I'm not circling anymore. These guys can't see him. That's too bad. I said, you know, I'm not here to prove anybody, but this is for my own references. There he is right here. And there's other things going on here too. And that's why in the painting there's the dimension, thing going on. So that's him in that painting. This guy here, he's a new one. I'm not sure if it's really blurry, but he's his eyes here, his nose, his mouth. I really like him because he's like a chubby, has a chubby face. And I was doing a ceremony one time, and he said he was new, but he didn't communicate to me his name. And that's fine, I don't push it either. He comes, and he's not. It must be a native thing. It's a native thing to communicate with one nation. You nod at each other. That's acknowledging. And here, I just showed this to my late brother because I wanted to. Because I went out, I call this the spruce medicine because I went out to actually look for spruce for my winter solstice medicine. And when I went out in the bush, there was only one spruce tree there. And when I went to that one spruce tree, there was a letter, like an X on with trees and wood. I just want to point them out to you. Wait, let me see where it is. It's hard to see here. That's right, put it side by side. there he is. And I actually, there he is right here. There's his nose, his high cheekbone, his eyes, and there's this, he's not there. I call it, now you see me, now you don't. Because I asked for those pictures, and I got people are not going to believe me, I don't care. But you know, they do that. This one here was, this was a picture of my grandkids, and they were probably like 3 or 4 years old at the time. I took them out for a walk. And then as I was going through my pictures of my grandkids, and I saw that little guy, I circled him this time, and said, yeah. And the little people, and the Sasquatch people, the Katukaheykano, the Ochiskicho, they don't look the same. They're just like you and I. We don't look the same, but we're still the same spiritually. We're human beings, like Tyler was talking about human beings. Same with them. They are people. They're not a thing, they're not a creature, they're not an animal. They are people, and they are nations, just like us. So my next project for next year is mapping them out in different nations, like the Cree people, the Cherokee people, the Navajo people, like them too have different clans all over in different nations. And that's what they want me to share for next year, which I will make a map. I do have a map of Turtle Island. Actually, I did paint it down, and it showed me that he told me that they were for everyone with the 4 medicines. And he was carrying 4 medicines, and when after purity he was like this, like, you know, just this quirky personality. I was like, wow. And that's when he said, yeah, I work with everyone. They work with every nation on Mother Earth, because they are everywhere around Mother Earth. It's just that we have different things. I like John's saying extra dimensionals, and I like that because it's true. They have the ability to go in and out, and same as us. You know, I'm not going to go into past lives or traveling, which I know I do, and you know, some other stuff happens to me too that I'm not ready to share yet. And I'm going to talk about the star people that comes to visit, because they're our ancestors. And those are the 5 pictures I want to share. And next time I'll have videos, because like I said, every time I go out, we go out and do ceremony, and we're either making offerings, hanging tobacco ties, doing sacred fires type ceremony, doing anything with the land. We always come out and communicate with us, because they want to be part of it. They want to be part of the ceremony with us. So that's my presentation about my artwork, and I want to invite Ian up, and I want him to talk about this painting, about I'll let you talk about it. Yeah. There's so much. We have so much together, like happening with us, Ian and I, and Pat. We have so many communications and stuff like that. So we're gonna do this. I'll let Ian talk a bit, and then we're gonna try to demonstrate how they use reflection if they'll come in. I remember I said that at the Paranormal Radio Show, and I saw the comments, and I went kind of laughed. And then I saw another comment, another speaker's Facebook page saying, like, oh, I don't think I could sit there for 3 days and listen to people about Sasquatch. And I'm just laughing because, wow, we do it every day. We do it every day. It's every day happening. We see the signs, we hear the language, and we hear them guiding us, and especially last night. So here's Ian Snyder. Please give a warm welcome applause.
I'll just start talking. So, like a lot of people, actually I got to cite Mike Patterson for really inspiring me. When Mike started really bravely, really kind of being a game changer and bringing out a lot more of who these people, they're not animals, who these people really are. It just blew my mind, like a lot of us, I was really taken with it. And I've always been interested in non-consensus reality. I started watching the videos, and I was really affected when I heard Neff's vocals. It made me cry every time, because I could feel a curious expression of the emotion. It really touched me. Move forward, about 3 years ago, I just said, okay, well, I'm going to start. I got a sense of some presence where I live, which is in the Catskill Mountains. So I started eating crystals. And nothing really happened that I know, but I started to get a sense that something was trying to communicate with me. But I couldn't prove it. But here's my limited idea that I'm going to leave some crystals in the wood. Remember Gilligan's Island when the skipper he waves? I just thought we'll go, hey, how you doing? That is not what happened. So I also got mentored by Michael and Tony Milano. BIGFOOT is a great guy and really has a lot to share. I highly recommend checking him out. So I decided to go into where I knew their territory was because Mike had done so. Got to know them a little bit. This particular clan that I know now, and so the real changer was when I put some crystals in and I would go see if they took them. And one day I walked in and I felt like it wasn't like people get zapped. I wasn't zapped, but I felt like energy, like a big stop sign. And then I heard a male voice in my head. It said, "Stop. You're not ready. We're not animals, and this is not a circus, and you need to leave." And it said, "We'll let you know when you're ready. Go work on yourself." And I went back to my car, and I was like, because if you've never had experiences, you don't know, was that just me talking to myself? Was it lack of confidence? You don't really know. I know now that it was them, or I couldn't prove it, but I sat in my car and I felt about this big. And so what that told me is they didn't want to be objectified. They're not a viewing party. Just like if you meet somebody, would you want to objectify them? Hey man, just stare at them. They're people. And so I found a shaman, and I really worked hard. I did a lot of I did some plant medicine, microdosing of wachuma, heavy meditation and prayer. And about 6 weeks, during that time I would go on these walks. I started to get mentored by a particular individual. This particular clan are very, very strict. I was warned by someone who had some contact with them. He said, they're the strictest MS I have ever encountered. And they were really strict, and there's a reason for that. Which I'll get more into a little bit later that I found out. And I have visual proof of that. But I was like, okay, so he would start talking to me. And it was not about like, hey, let me show you about the portals. It was like, you have anger in your heart. And your heart is the center, is important. You have to get right in your heart. So he told me to write 2 letters. The men, he literally said to me, who are 5 people you're angry at, you have resentments. Write letters to them. So it was more like getting me tuned up. Some people may have been in a place where they're a little more, got that stuff dialed in, and they get more of the higher stuff. For me, it was a little more like self-management, self-love, maybe not 101, 102.4, So I remember writing a letter. I was by a river, and the guy's name was Paul. And I see it was an old man at the end of the parking lot, and he walks over to me, and he's like, hey, my name is Paul. Can you jumpstart my car? While I was writing a letter to a guy named Paul, I was like, the divine saying to me, okay. And so I started it wasn't like I had a Chinese phone book full of like immense things, but I had some people that I know that I could, if this was still blocked, it was going to block me from everything. Because he kept saying over and over again, you got to get right in your heart. And it's not just like kumbaya, everything's great. It's like your heart is the key to everything. He kept saying that over and over again. And then I started to get said, look, if I put on and cater this, will you come and share your experiences? And he did. He gave me some tips on how to gift. And what I heard in my head was no cameras. I did not see them for like 8 months. No cameras, don't come in more than 100 feet, and leave the gifts right there. And so that's what I would do, you know, and I would bring in local apples because I live in farm country, and if I got something from we have a place called Hannaford's in the States, and they're supposed to be organic, would eat them. They would not eat them. One time they said, all right, take them home and wash them in water, lemon, and salt, sea salt. And they ate them, but kind of reluctantly. So it would start to take things, but I couldn't really prove it. There was times I was going to give up. Like, I knew they were there, but I'm like, man, you know what? I think I'm full of it, man. I think maybe I'm just going to not do this anymore. But then something in me just said, don't give up. And I gifted a lot, and I was getting mentored a lot. And it wasn't so much, like I said, the Kiwanis stuff. There was a little bit of that about how they move energy through branches, and they'll bend a branch, a live branch under a dead one, and they'll travel in like energetic form or spirit form. They'll reanimate it and travel like highways. That's something that my Antonio talks about. I'm not going to take credit for that, but they said that's true. So then, so this is what happened. Like I would walk into the woods, and he would say, "Stop looking for us. Stop looking for us." He says we're consciousness. We're not like people look for a big hairy guy because it's objectification, it's separation. It's not about that. And it was really hard for me because I wanted to do it, but I wanted to see him look alive. It's exciting, you know. But I hadn't. And I wasn't allowed to bring a camera. It was real strict. So like 7 months in of just getting teachings, and I could feel the support, giving gifts, you know. And they would take them, and one time they took a bite and bit one perfectly in half and left it to say, yeah, it's us, okay? It's perfect, teeth marks, half of it. And then, at some point, when I said, I really finally let go of the need to see them, like that grasping, because in our cultures, I find that it's so common because we've been effed with for so many thousands of years. We are literally programmed to think in terms of separation, because we're cut off, you know? And so I just kept working it, praying, and organically, you know, you can cognitively want to be there, but you have to integrate your emotional body, and everyone's different. It took me a little kind of mercurial, so it took me a little while. And so I finally got to a place they said, well, we want you to bring the gifting area further in. You can come in further. So I brought it in further, about 15 minutes in. And I would get a basket from a secondhand store. And I just loved it. It was like, you know, grandma wants to see her grandkids get free cookies. I just loved doing it, you know. I mean, I wanted to make them happy, kind of what Mike says. Because the love that you feel, they don't pull it back. They're not like conditional. Like if they love you and accept you, it's like the Sasquatch Motel. You check in, but you don't check out. You're theirs, baby. That's how it works with them. And when someone's loyal to you, I don't know you guys, but it's like you don't want to let them down. And I don't want to let these guys down. So finally I said, okay, I'm good. I don't need to see it. It's fine. If I do, it's great. I'm really grateful for what you taught. It took about 7 months. 6 weeks later, it said, it's time. You learned to get a camera. We're going to put some things on there. Get a better phone. And it exploded. And, whoops, that's not the one I wanted to use, but Derek, could you come in for a second? Because I do have some cool stuff I'm going to show you in a minute. But I wanted to tell some of the personal story. And so I started taking pictures, and what they were going to do to me is they wanted to show me the other types of life that are out there besides themselves. Fake, I guess they're fake people. I don't know, little people, different types of little people, weird creatures. I didn't know what they were. Sometimes it would be part of a city. I would come on the camera with a stone arch or golden chalices. It was kind of overwhelming because I didn't know what I was seeing, but I finally learned to let go. I don't have to figure it out. Just take it in, you know? Okay, there should be. Really? Oh man. Is Judy here?
Yeah.
Judy, can you come on for a second? Because those selected pictures that I chose. Okay, we're going to get to those. So eventually I started to share. I would get a few pictures and start to share, but I was being a little bit ungrounded, and I would be like, hey, you want to see this? They really scolded me for that. It made me feel about this big. My first teacher, I can't mention his name, but he would say to me, that's not what we're about. Please do not share our likeness for personal gain. I wasn't selling it, but it wasn't purely from my heart. They said, if you're going to represent us, you need to be in a loving state of being, because that's what they're going to feel. Not what you say, not what you show, but what you embody in terms of who you are. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you meet somebody, they know if you're really listening to them or not. They know if you give a shit about them when you're talking to them. So I was like, I got it. It happened 3 times. The third time, the third teacher was the real hardest. He said, we can shut this whole thing down. You won't get anything. We told you about this before. It had me in tears. I was coming out, I was doing house painting, and I was coming out, and he always talked to me when I come out of work, because I'm in a meditative state, you know. And I was like, okay, I got it. And he said, listen, because I was going through kind of a hard time. I was moving, it didn't work out, lost a lot of money. They said, listen, we're kind of hard on you. We want you to drive to the entry point. So I said, okay. And he says, point the camera up and take 2 pictures. Took 2 pictures, and the bald eagle flew right over my head. Right after that. And there were 2 pictures of my 2 of my first teachers. Their heads like, what's that cough drops thing, the Smith Brothers? They were like just 2 heads up in a tree. I can't show those, unfortunately, but I do have, yes.
Hold on there, I got it on my...
Okay. It's worth the wait, I promise. So after that, I kind of got dialed in with just, I would make sure that if I spoke about them, and it was a process I messed up, that it wasn't because I needed energy from somebody or needed something to add energy. I was going to do it as I felt in a good place, to the best of my. We all fall down sometimes. I'm a trauma on the ding dong, I mess up. But I got it kind of dialed in, and I found some people that they liked, that they said you can bring them back in, and they started themselves. And I had some, and the thing is, not everybody, sometimes they say, no, don't bring that person back in. And some people weren't even into the stuff at all. They really liked it. It was a postal clerk who was very playful, and they wanted me to bring her to the site, and she lived like an hour away. It's like, I can't do that, you know? Judy, you still rocking it? Okay, so what I found out too is I thought maybe there were like 15 of them, there's 72 in this clan. And this particular clan are a little bit different. What I learned is because they're very secretive, because they're kind of a sanctuary. They reform cast-off cryptids, ETs, and they're kind of like a monastic group. And so they have to protect the sanctity of that. And that's why they're so strict, because because they do work on other levels and they don't want to be interfered with. And I have been interfered with. I had emails intercepted. I had one of them, they could, like Judy was saying, one of the things, there was a woman named Michelle Brown who was an experiencer, and she said, Ian, take pictures in reflective surfaces. They used it. And so I started taking pictures of my side mirror, and these pictures would show up on the side of my car. And they will use what's already here. So if it was a landscape with a blue sky, they will superimpose, I guess telepathically, there were buildings and different things like that. One of them was because there were ticks. I would spray myself with this natural tick spray. I took a picture of the side mirror, and there was a juvenile holding a spray can. And so I thought, oh, you want a tick spray? No, thanks. So I sent it to this woman who owns this animal sanctuary, makes this, some cabal or whatever, interrupts my email when it comes back, and they wrote beast over the picture. Not like scripted, like typed. Or sometimes I get a picture, I've had black helicopters fly over. Judy and I and Pat have had we've literally heard male voices while we're doing a Zoom. Because what we'll do is we'll put the phone up on Zoom to the windows. I'll get to that in a minute. And they would come to the windows, but not totally physical. But you would tell you, they would see the Judy Papa like, oh my God, he's doing this, he's doing that. So I'm going to show you some photos, because I know that's the fun stuff. All right, hold on. Okay. It's kind of blurry. What this is one day on my couch, Robin Haynes had done an interview on World Bigfoot Radio and said AI is a problem, and what we can do, she said, is a meditation or visualization to send out energy to combat it. So I tried it. A day later, I had an image on my couch. Somehow they manipulated the fibers. I may have that one on here, and what showed up was a heart and a dove. I couldn't believe it. So then I was talking to a friend on the phone, I said, listen, what I really wanted was friendship with these guys, and that's what I expressed. Not I want something from you. I want to connect you and make friends. I'd love to be part of bringing our people together as it were, and of course part of this consciousness that is expanding and this kind of lifting of all the veils and all the stuff that Tyler was talking about, which was part and parcel to all this, I feel. And so I said, I have visualized us around a campfire, right? And I get home, and this is on. Is there a laser pointer? So you can see it's a little blurry, but these are the backs of the Sasquatch people around the campfire, sitting on a bench. It's a little blurry, but that is what it is. It's a lot clearer to see on my phone. If you guys want to ask me later, I'm happy to show it to you. And I was like, they said they were down. They were down. So I was like, that's great. You know? And so that's the approach I took from then on. Was I'm not a researcher. I want to be a friend. Here's the thing, they have different boundaries. So if you don't know your boundaries, you will find out pretty soon. And a buddy Michael Tony says, dude, you don't have to go anywhere, you're in your yard, bro. And I'm like, what? And then I started taking pictures out, and every night I would get things in the yard. You couldn't see with the naked eye, although sometimes I'd see the sets of eyes. And a lot of times those are with the children, because they want to connect to you so bad. Once they love you, they feel safe. And they're bored. They want to, some of them will want to watch what you're doing. Like I was looking up fake mustaches for like a party or something. And the next day it was with a fake mustache on my couch. You know? So, hold on. Let's get into it here. This one is a really great one. I know it's kind of small, but this is, in the very beginning, a lot of the pictures they were sharing with me were symbolic things, and they wanted to show me other dimensional realms. And what my teacher told me was that, think of it as like if you've ever gone to a play, right? And you have different scenes, and they have different, murals that they pull off after every scene, right? It's clouds. Act one's done, and a bunch of people come and pull it off, and it's another one. Well, so think of that as transparent. And so they said, we're showing you different dimensional dimensions, but these things we're showing you don't all live in the same frequency, but we want to show you some of the other life that's out there. So what this is if you look, these are trees, that's a female suckling her young. That's her face, suckling her young. In other words, family, children. These are some of the foundational things about what's important to them. And that's what they showed me early on. I think that was extraordinary. And of course, there's like an angelic being or something. I don't know what it is behind them. It's illuminated, but you can see it. I think it's just an exquisite photo. And I was like, right on. Okay, so, I wanted to show some diversity in the pictures just to give you guys some variety. There's a lot of things that I wish I could show, like the faces of the elders, but they said, please don't do that. And of course, as any friend would, if somebody said, hey, don't come over tonight, I'm busy, you're going to show up and be like, hey, man, I just put a video on. No, you're not. So, this is an example of some of these glyphs or messages. I'm not well versed in that at all. I know some people are. I would love to learn more about it. But there's tons of them in their territory. They leave a lot of small X's, a lot of A's. But yeah. Okay, guys, get ready for this one. So, this is a normal-sized person, and this is a Sasquatch here. See his head? He's pretty big. And there's another head here. Another head here. One of the things that I've noticed that I've learned that really kind of like rocked my world is living in this supposed dense reality. They're not subject to that ignorance. So what they have available to them in terms of how they express themselves energetically is really varied, you know? It's not just they're invisible or they're physical. Man, there are lots of different shades of gray in between they can do. Partially physical. I don't know how it all works, but I've been shown it. So I know it does exist. So a lot of times, sometimes what you'll see is because they can be partly physical. And I'll give you a clue. If you see stuff like, there was a video somebody posted of a Sasquatch throwing a tree. That looks real to me because you can sometimes see other ones kind of like faces, other heads attached to them. Because they're in different, they can sort of, it's really kind of bizarre. It looks like a Fellini movie or something, but they can sort of morph, they get all balled up together. And it looks like they're all, because they can materialize in some way, I believe they can do that. They're not just required, like they don't have to walk side by side, they can be kind of balled up together. And that was freaky for me first to see. I was like, all right, I see that, that's weird. And it took me a while, I'm still not totally used to it. But Cole and Tony used to be like, yeah, they're all balled up together. I didn't know what he meant. But that's pretty close to where I live. And that was taken about almost 2 years ago. This is a cool one. This is the second one. I believe it's the Archangel Michael. Because around this is the time that Robin Haynes taught that prayer and visualization. I believe this is my interpretation. I'm not saying it is what it is, but my interpretation is this is us, our prayers, and this is a high being or archangel. There's the wings, kind of that helmet, that three-pronged thing amplifying our prayers. I think it was their way of saying your prayers matter. That's just my opinion. But they started doing these couch things every day. They haven't stopped in over a year. It's a little weird yet. I'll get to the boundaries thing in a minute, but I wanted to allow myself to be a social experiment because I wanted to learn. Who are they? Like, go for it. Let me see. How do you communicate? Now, this is an interesting picture. They're very, as Mike Patterson said, they have a really good sense of humor. Really good. I think wisdom comes with humor. So, this is in town where I live. It's a river town in the Catskills by the Hudson River. And he's laying down kind of like this. Head, right? And there's a bunch behind him. And this is right in the middle of town. It's not like remote, but you can't see it with your naked eye. But somehow on camera, maybe because of some stuff, I think Tyler was sort of talking about some of this stuff about frequency and lights and how they don't show up in a certain frequency or whatever, but went to camera and either they put it on there or they were there and somehow, I don't know. I don't understand the science behind it, but I just wanted to show you things and talk about the journey. Okay, so this here is, they were showing me basically, again, that we can be anything. They can come out of trees, they can merge with things, because they're not just limited to the physical. So their options are innumerable. So here you have one coming right out of a tree. See his face? Looks like a little teddy bear. Basically, my interpretation is like, see? And it's kind of like a slow burn of like, whoa. First it's like, it's the cool factor, but what does that really mean? Well, it's purposeful. Why are they showing me this? Because consciousness can move from anything. You know? That I've seen at least. I mean, I can't say anything, but like certainly And a lot of surfaces, surfaces are not an obstacle for at least some of them. I only know my clan, and I've seen other people talk about ones that it's very, very similar, if not the same. Okay, this is kind of a cool thing. I have a crystal on my windowsill, okay? And one day, it's not glass, it's plastic. They started putting every day, they'll just manifest different images. I give them apples. That's a bowl of apples. Because I told them, I said, listen, if you want something, tell me telepathically or put on the couch, and if I can bring it to you, I will. But you see, hearts. Hearts are a big thing. It's a red heart there. It's all about the heart. And you can see their faces if you look closely. If you guys want to take a closer look at my camera later, you can approach me if you feel like it. I'm happy to show you. But why they do it? I think there are different reasons. Sometimes they're messages. Sometimes they just want to say hi. It's like they're FaceTiming. They don't have a phone, so they can just FaceTime on the wall. They can FaceTime on a tree. Is it freaky at first? Yeah, you bet. I wasn't comfortable with it, but I wanted to. If I'm going to go into this, I'm all in. Let's do this, and be open because I don't know what I don't know. But my heart's in it, and I care about them deeply as people who care about me. That's the foundation. You love each other. You're good people. They have names, they have culture, they have family. So yeah. So you see a lot of their faces and a lot of things that I don't know what the hell they are. You guys can make your own conclusion. I just want to share. I will say this though, it was a little traumatic for me. One day I saw some stuff in a few months, and I'm good at talking about my feelings, but not always feeling them. And I just sat at my kitchen table and I wept. I just started crying. I was on the floor in a bowl, but I wept because it was like, I think it was just, I had to accept the fact that things were truly, really different. It's not like, hey, I'm going to put a movie on it. Let's have a croissant and have some coffee and talk about the other dimensions. But when you start, the paranormal becomes normal every day, that has to be integrated in some way, however you do it. And I'm not saying I know what it's all about, but I know what's happening. And I know there's a lot more than I was raised to believe. So, this is one of my favorites. I was in a painting job, and my mom had been very ill. I was very stressed out. And they were trying to cheer me up, so I got to my car, and he's like, hey, Ian, it's okay. I can't believe it. I'm like, are you kidding me? But one of the things that happens is, I have found for myself, and I think I can speak for some others, is that if you want to call it your third eye or that sixth sense, when that opens up, it sort of, in my experience, it merges with your other senses. So when you see something, you don't go, I believe it or I don't. You know. You just know. They did that. You know what I mean? And so I don't need, for me, I respect everybody's process and their reasons for doing so, but mine is not about proving anything. It's about, how much time? 3 minutes? 2 minutes? Okay. So anyway, we're going to have to wrap up here soon. That's it. I'm just going to go through these pictures real quick to show you guys. If you look, that's over a fence in my yard at the top. One stick is set up. They told me to take a picture of the school bus, and if you see those are my glasses. They tease me about wearing glasses. That's a big thing with me. They think it's really funny that I wear glasses. Okay? They gave me a rock. Look at that. I have to show you this. My mom was in the hospital and I was coming back from swim. Big heart. And somehow, I don't know how they do it, but they manipulate the image. Here's the thing. That was almost a year ago. I looked at the rock on my windowsill. It's not that detailed anymore. It just isn't. I don't know how they did it. But it was left right in front of me. That's what they're about, guys. It's about the love. Like Mike talks about, they smudged and they wrote her. A friend of mine and I were helping each other out, a good friend of mine. And they wrote a heart and her. And it stayed on there for months and months. It was very greasy. holding an apple on the couch. Can you guess more apples? Little people around a fire. I'm going to just breeze through these. This is an image that was given for like 5 months straight out my window of a rogue figure lighting something. Do we know what it is? I have some ideas. This is a bunch of Sasquatches still taken from a video. You can see them up here, down here, kind of hide a little bit. I wanted to give you some of that too. Tree stuff, there's a face in the base of the tree. I guess that's it. So anyway, I'll wrap it up. Thanks for listening. If anybody wants to talk to me or get some better close look at that pictures. But in short, it's just kind of like realizing like be sovereign, be the best version of you can be and contribute, and everything is connected, symbiotic. Thank you.
Yes. So let's take a 5-minute break because I want to call up the speakers. John, Jonathan, Stan, Michelle, Mike, Tyler, Pat, Derek, me, and myself to do a speakers panel up here. And while we're doing that, we're going to set up some chairs so we can have a Q&A. But in the meantime, I want to let you know there are some people here that want to share their stories, and I'll try. Joni, that was supposed to be here today, she's sick. She had a sinus cold for the past 10 days, I think. And I think I'll just drop her off some medicine later. If these guys want to experience, share your experiences, I know there are a few here. If you really want to share your experience, no? Yeah? Okay, let's do it. I'm going to come up to you. Can I get some guys to set up some chairs, please? Tyler? Yeah, thank you. I'm looking for my son. Alright, so here it is. I'm just going to go on the phone and talk to the people. Don? You don't want to be the first one, okay? You know you. But I'm going to go over here to Tammy because I've done some work with her. And I've done some interpretation with her, what they want, what kind of feast they want, and all that. You want to share? What's your name? Tammy? Okay, you want to share your experience? If you haven't already, just want to share.
Hello, my name is Tammy. So I did my healing for the past 2019, and I did my flex last year, and I connect with them because it came to me, and I did see them and whatever, so I'm still connected with them, and I have a respect because I still don't have a name for them, but he likes to be called old man's professional. That's the one that came through. And I do have 2 twins, but I don't know their names. They just come and go as they go.
And they also like dad's cookies.
Yes.
Okay? Because sometimes they want to, tell me or share with her. Anybody else wants to share? Don't be shy. Don? Okay, sure.
Experience with BIGFOOT. I have a lot of stories, many different stories. I start people with BIGFOOT solving. Also with the little people, I have a lot of stories with them. St. Paul's used to come visit me. And I can share one story about the aliens that my grandparents encountered back in the day. I can remember this very clearly because everybody has the same story. They're coming home at night from their go about 10 o'clock, 3 flying thing that was shaped like a pill, like a silver bullet they described it. And there was windows all along it, and you could see them. You could see silhouettes of people sitting inside. My grandfather said, well, they all said that, three of them, there's three of them in there. They all said you could see silhouettes of those people. But all of a sudden the car just went dead, and that bullet or that flying saucer was there, and it just flew right in front of them. No sound. There was no sound at all. Everything was dead silent. And it kept going, and it said that it's just like people like on a plane, they said. So it keeps going, and then all of a sudden the car started up again when it was in the distance. And then they were like, what was that? And then the radio wouldn't want to work. Everything was going all nuts. And then they said they went home that night. And then anyways, after that, a lot of people have seen that in the same area where we're from. They see the same thing.
Jimmy Richland. I have Steve here. I don't know Steve, but I know he has some experience on it. I know he has some things that he want to share. But yes, he's going to share it. So, I'm sorry if I included your space.
It's quite alright, thank you. No, just what I want to share, maybe it's not the same as everybody else, but the reason why I came out today was because, well, I first saw Mike's post on YouTube, and I've been following Mike for maybe a couple months or so, but I have a friend who does behind veil readings, and she just basically is able, she connects to her guides, and she gets pretty much information about whatever she asks them for, if it's available. And when I asked her to look into the history of my DNA, she was surprised, and she told me that I have part Sasquatch in my DNA, and like that was crazy to hear. But so when I found out about this, I just wanted to comment, like, learn as much as I could, because I don't know much about it. I haven't had like a personal experience, but obviously I'm open to it. And I was told that by somebody I entrusted my life, so I just came here to learn as much as I could and be around other people who don't think I'm not free for saying that.
No, not at all, because I know we've talked about Ketchum's research. She does have like that her research is, I just read a bit what I know about her research, and I was hoping that she would come here in a video to validate that. And also this other speakers that we didn't get a chance to highlight today or yesterday. One of them is Oisa, her too. So yes, there is human DNA in their lineage, their DNA frequency or DNA. Can't find it right now. She's not sure. Okay.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I have a story of one of my family members had double pneumonia a couple years ago. So it was for 2022. I'm not too sure, but I got these messages today to go and pray for him and gather up tobacco and offerings and wood, and I had a fire pit that was with me. I got in my car and I just left. Like I was in like a meditative state already. And I felt already the vibration in my body. I was just driving. And I could feel all of my third eye, my tongue chakra. And I remember just going all the way there, all the way up north. I went to the Katukaheykano. They showed me a spot where to go. I was driving about 20 minutes and then it told me to stop. And I backed up. And I went into this little area. I was driving and it was like a big opening. And then that's where I stopped my car. And then when I got out, I heard this woo, really loud. And I did it back for some reason. And then it did it back to me. And I was like, that's somebody was out there in the bush playing with me. So I was like, whatever. And then I started praying. And it was getting dark, so I tried to do the fire. But it would not light for me. I don't know why, but I kept on trying to say, well, they said stop. And I stopped, and it was for the light. And I went
in ceremony. They acknowledged her prayers, they helped her. And that's how I stand in ceremony when we ask for their help. It comes through spirit or physical. There's so much I have to share. There's so much, like videos and all that stuff, but I don't have enough time to share that because I don't compile them. I just keep them in a file and that's it, like on my computer and on my whatever. But like I said, they do the whoop, and sometimes they imitate now. I'll share this quick story of my with the owl. We were in Iowa, my sister and I, and we were out for some conference, but we didn't end up going in. We said, let's go to Wounded Knee. Yeah, okay, sure. It was such a spiritual journey, and I just saw that picture that we took at that time. But anyway, we went there, and we were at this park, camping at a park, and on the way there to the river, I was seeing signs. This is like 2017. This is before all this artwork started. We went walking, and then walking back, we were collecting wood. And then my friend, she had long black hair, and I was walking there. And I looked and I go, what's my friend doing over there in that trail? And then I heard this voice say, what do you see? I turned around and looked at my sister because I thought it was her, and I said, and then I realized what I saw, and in my mind I said, I know what the hell I just saw Bigfoot. And I turned around and said, come on, hurry up, let's go. And there was a deer that was just sitting there, and they're taking pictures, and they're being loud, and they were being loud, and I didn't want them to be loud because I didn't want that deer to shoot out at them and jump on them. And they were like, keep trying to take pictures of that deer, and the deer was just staring straight ahead, not even acknowledging them. And here I was around the bend, and come on, hurry up. And they're still looking at me and taking a picture, and then I heard these little voices in the bush. And I thought that was my sister, but she said, we weren't laughing, and it was the little people in the bush laughing. Because on that journey, you're just experiencing so much. And that's when my intuition, my gifts were really heightened, really stronger and stronger. And seeing these things and hearing these things, like seeing the Badlands rocks light up. And I thought it was a car behind me, and then there was no car behind me. And I'm like, I'm not only seeing this one. And then my sister couldn't see that. So anyway, things like that were but before that, when I saw that, the Bigfoot, which I thought was my friend, because I was like, what the heck should we do? Before that, though, I saw a portal. We saw a portal, and my sister asked me, Judy, is that a portal? And it was blurry. It was really blurry and transparent, though. And I said, yeah, it is. So we reached to it, and we were waiting for my friend. We reached it. Before that, we could hear a ooh, ooh. And then I moved back. I thought it was an owl. I moved back. After I did that, I looked down, there was a feather. And I picked it up. It was so muddy, so dirty, so muddy. And I just went like this to it, and it became real clean. It was just clean like that. My sister was like, whoa. Is there another one? She's looking around and go, I don't know. I don't think so. And then we came to that, we went through that portal, and we came to the T-bone. She goes, which way you want to go? And I go, let's go towards an owl. So that's when we went there. I was seeing signs of them, like, the track, the bed, the tree structure and stuff like that, and then the footprint down at the riverbed, at the riverbank. Saw one footprint. I didn't tell them because I didn't want to scare them. And then that's when on the way back, that's when I saw them. And it was so nice, such a nice, beautiful journey that time. But yeah, that whoop sound, that whoop, even when after we make offerings, they make that whoop. And so, honest, that's the first time I ever heard them draw like that. Scared. None of them really scared. I don't know, but it made me mad. And then we ran inside the place there, and I said, I'm not scared, but let's go back out there and tell them what's going on. Okay, why did they do this? So we went out there and communicated with them, and that young one was getting scolded by the older one because he made us mad inside the building, and he connected spiritually with them, connected with them. They were probably just right there where we could really growl, and so we went out there, and I went to bed after. I was just tired, but I could hear these guys taking pictures and stuff like that. So yeah, anybody else want to share? You? Yes, sorry. Talk to me. What's your name? Tita. Hi. Marisha.
I wasn't planning to come here, and actually I don't have a problem to share that I'm on the program, the 12-step program in AA. What you share, I connected so much with what you were sharing today. I've been in summer for over 27 years. That was one of the parts that I connected. Now what I wanted to say is that since I was a child, I've been drawn to being in the woods. I used to drive my mom. My mom, she was Mayan. My father was white. And I used to drag my mothers into the woods. And I always had that. We were talking about little people here. I cannot say that I never saw them, but I used to feel them. And they used to drag me. I used to be drove being in the woods. And I could hear them, but I can never say that I see them. And I used to ask them to go into the woods since I was a little kid. And then when I came to Canada, my mom was Mayan, my father was white. And then when I came into Canada, I came into the Yoruba. I also believe that my mom has some, we have some part of Africa. And I see the turn my skin to my mom, right? So I came into the Yoruba. And I became a priestess into the Yoruba Kumi. I became a priestess 14 years ago. And for me, it's not so much the physical, but the spiritual, because I have a crown. My orisha is Elewa, which is the trickster. What do you call it in here? The trickster. And I was looking at this, and we were sitting with this lovely lady, and I can see right away, before they punch her with the laser, I can see it, because that's the ability to, when I went through that ceremony, I can see it everywhere. It doesn't have to be trees or anything. When I go into the woods, I can see, and I tend to call it Elewa. And we have, from Central America, from Mexico, I was talking to some people that from Mexico down to Central America, we call it Nahuatl. And that's the Nahuatl language, and we call it Nahuatl, which is like the shapeshifter, that it's like, it can be like from wolf, rabbits, snakes, pigs, cows, but they tend to demonize it down there. And making it very negative. It could be in a bad way, but it also could be in a positive way. I tend to look at it in a different way. So that's one of the things. But for me, it's been this is amazing, because I wasn't expecting it, and it's like, I'm really enjoying it. So I'm thank you.
What's that other one called?
The chupacabra.
I know I came across one time when I was in California. I could hear it just go real fast behind me. I thought, what was that? It wasn't a dog. And then it was up in a tree. We saw it up there, and I was there it is. And I looked up and go, oh my gosh, and he said that. And then I saw one by Six Nations. I don't know what that was, but it was all I could guess was bigger than a deer, just one beat over the highway. Just that one beat. And of course, when I stopped my car, it was like 12:30 at night. I stopped my car by myself, rolled down my window and looked at it. Because I was just in awe of, wow. And I watched it come went in the dark as it glowed. So, but I wasn't even thinking, like, more coming. Because that one intrigued me, and I go, wow, when I see these spiritual beings like that, it just, I go, wow, like, you know, because those are the teachings our ancestors been talking about. Yours too, yours too. All this, you know, are the teachings that we share with us. So I want to call in all the speakers. I'm going to go out there and get everybody. Tyler, can you do that? Yeah. So we're going to go and I'm going to invite all the speakers up here so they can ask questions. And Steve, like, that's really good. That's really interesting. That's really a lot of courage to say that. And I really, you're not the only one I know, okay? You're not the only one that I heard that. So don't count it. Like, I don't know, I believe in past lives too, so I believe in that too, so that's another theory. So thank you for sharing that. And I gotta get you connected to Louisa. Are you Sackaney or BT or?
I'm not actually, but I do a lot of work with the indigenous
Yeah.
work in my area.
Yeah. You gotta stay connected, okay? Because I have a good, like, nice, I'll explain that to you why you have that. So, if you don't mind that, okay? If anybody else wants to share? Yeah, you want to? Yes, please.
Everyone comes in and share my experience. From 2013, I've been sitting on this, where I witnessed Sasquatch. I was doing a cycle tour where I would be camping, and it was on Vancouver Island. And, you know, my bike with the panniers and the bag and the handlebars, and I'm loaded down, I have some food, and I have my tent and everything, and I'm cycling around. With my girlfriend too, we're good cyclists, and we've done a lot of this. And so we're on a road near the town of Coombs. Look it up. And we're going down the road, and it's there's forest on each side of this road, and I said, okay, I got to take a leak, so here's a good spot. And she just continues on. And so, you know, I'm at the side of the road. I'm standing on the gravel, and I'm interested. So I want to show you. I have to show you my arm. So I'm standing on the gravel shoulder, and you know it goes down in a ditch. And the road is raised, and down in the ditch, the trees are growing, pretty big trees. And I'm looking up, and on the branch, there's an arm. My skinny little arm doesn't do it justice, but it was like this, just like it was leaning against the trunk of the tree, and it had everything an arm would have. This notch, all the muscles, the forearms, your own wrist is very distinct. It was black skin, orange hair, and I thought, oh, that looks like an orangutan's arm. How is an orangutan loose out here? And I look at it some more, and it's a very big arm. And it dawns on in the tree. And I think I have to take a picture. But I don't want to look away because it'll disappear, that's what I think. And so before I take a picture, I think just remember this moment, because if it disappears, I don't want to forget this. And I think, well, my phone, the picture, I took a picture earlier the other day with the full moon, it just doesn't, when you see a spectacular scene, and you take a photo of it, it just doesn't do it justice. So I thought, well, the picture won't turn out. This arm will look like just a branch leaning on the tree with like dead moss on it. And that's, I was being skeptical. I thought, well, that's what people are going to say when they see the picture. And so I studied this arm because I thought, if I look around, maybe there's something else that looks like a branch with moss on it. So I looked at the arm some more. It had red hair down the outside. The inside was dark black, like a charcoal. Like, if you ever seen Egyptian statues carved out of like black granite. It looked like that. It had a sheen to it. And I studied this arm for many minutes. Down the wrist, I looked for a pulse. I looked for, there was no wind blowing, the hair wasn't moving. I looked at all the muscles. I looked up into, you could see the armpit, but it was the shoulder. And so, okay, I looked away. And I looked around, there's nothing else. All the moss is green. There's no black burnt branches, because it sort of looked like charcoal. There's no branches leaning in any trees. I thought, I was just having this argument with myself on, it can't be. But it clearly was, without a doubt. So I'm wearing like the cycling shoes to clip to the pedals, and my bike is heavy. The shoes are a little bit awkward to walk in, and so, but I back up a little bit because I wanted to get a different angle to look at this arm, and I'm able to see the forearm a little bit better. The muscles, the forearm was huge; it was bigger than the bicep, and the hair by the shoulder was thick. I couldn't see the black skin. And I couldn't see its head. Its head was like behind the tree trunk. And I thought, I made some noises. Like I'm calling an orangutan. And I knew already it's not. So I said, I just in a normal voice, I can see you. I can see you. You're right there. Show me your face. Show me your face, please. And I had an image of what the face would look like. It's very similar to with the black eyes. And I said, I won't be afraid. Show me your eyes. Show me your eyes, please. And I had an image of what at the time, I was imagining what its eyes might look like. I've since come to realize that maybe it was really showing me its eyes, which I didn't realize at the time. So, as I'm telling you this, a lot of time had passed. I'm there for 10, 15 minutes. My girlfriend, she's gone down the road. I squint and I don't see her even. Where did she go? This isn't normal. She would either stop and wait, I could see her, or she would turn around and come back. This was normal. And so I got concerned, where something's wrong, where is she? I have to go. should I go get her and bring her back to see this? It'll be gone. How will we even find the same tree? So I thought, well, I have to go. And this is like the greatest moment of my life right here. You know, I have 4 children, and I was at their birth for every one of them. And those were the greatest moments of my life. And this was like witnessing my 5th child, because it had such a profound effect. It was just, as a matter of fact, right there. So with that, I thought, okay, I have to go. You are awesome, so strong, so powerful, so magnificent. I love you. Thank you for letting me see you. And with that, I got on my bike and pedaled off, and I didn't look back. And you might think, okay, then wow, I found my girlfriend. She was up the road. She did stop. She saw me coming. She gets on the bike and she starts, and so I had to catch up to her. And you know, say, hey, I just saw Sasquatch back there.
Oh, shit.
I made it. She says, did you take a photo? Yeah, I saw a Sasquatch back in the tree. She's like, what? Yeah, when I stopped to feel like I saw it, it was right there in the tree. Did you take a photo? And I was stunned and confused and embarrassed. I didn't take a photo. I talked myself out of it. And so when I tried to tell some people, some family members, you know, a couple people, they were like, oh, okay, but what do people do with this information when you tell them? And some people, okay, they believe me, some people got very angry, and I soon realized that you just don't talk about this with just anybody. And so I've been sitting on this since about 2013, September 2013. And that was my pivotal Sasquatch experience. And in the last couple of years, I would say, I've been looking into this phenomenon a bit more. And I come to realize that these images and these feelings, they're coming from them. And it made a connection. Like I said, I've done a lot of cycle touring, camping across British Columbia and on the island around Ontario. And suddenly, the puzzle pieces started dropping into place. Like, oh, this was my pivotal experience. I now know that they exist and they're out there. But a lot of other strange things that had been happening over the years where I had no explanation suddenly made a lot of sense. Thank you for your attention.
Brian, thank you, Teenagers Brian, for sharing your story and your experiences. And this is one of the things why we do this, is to create a safe space, you know, for people to open up and share. Anybody else want to share? They're all good. I'm gonna pick Brian. Because that's the vibrational coming from the spirit. Okay, any questions to the speakers? Pat McCrae, Michelle Miner, Stanley Milker Jr., Jonathan Dover, Dean Snyder, John Suzanne, Derek Martin, Thomas Scott, right? Come on, listen. Everybody listen. Okay, anyone has a question?
This is a question well, for everyone, actually. Well, for all of you, this is something that I've been going through, and I wonder if you can give some insights to help us. The process of unlearning. Can you talk about that? Unlearning.
Meditation for sure. And John, I'm going to give that to you because I know you.
Yes, unlearning. It's a process. It's reminding yourself. It's constantly, it's not you're going to do it overnight. It's developing routines and thought protocols and just really reminding yourself, making a mantra, your personal mantra that's good for you, could work, or just something to remind yourself. Things aren't as they seem. At home, I have a list on a board of things. Number one is give up limiting beliefs, because there's no such thing, or the greatest illusion is that mankind has limits. You can message me later, we can go over in detail and find something that works for you specifically, but really it's just about creating a routine of thoughts wherein you're not falling into the same old patterns. You're making a point to create something new in your mind and new thought patterns. And there's alternative methods to do this. What I mean by that is freaking psychedelics can help people a lot, and it's not really talked about, but psychedelics are basically a key to rewiring your brain. We know that psilocybin, even in small doses, can completely eliminate mental health conditions associated with repeated thought patterns, ADHD, OCD, chronic depression. Basically, it can eliminate all those negative thought patterns and allow your brain to grow in new directions. Does that help?
I don't know anything about unlearning, but Tyler recommends psilocybin, and I agree with him in saying it, and that's it. It's good for mental health, it's good for everything, and it helps people to eliminate depression, anxiety, and other mental disorders. But that's not me saying it, it's Tyler saying it, okay? That's it.
So for me, I turned 59 years old on the 23rd of this month. So there's 59 years that went into programming me a certain way by our society, by our governments, and all of these things that try to have influence over us as human beings. And really, in the work that John and I have done as investigators of the paranormal, you kind of have to step back and look at life from a completely different angle and open-minded, as they say. And so I think when you do that, it allows you to be in tune, the mentioning of frequencies. So I think it allows you to be in tune with these kind of things. when you want it. You know,
What comes to mind with the question, I sat in a room with a bunch of scientists in closed door meetings, and they were talking about when we have experiences with the paranormal or see a UFO, our brain automatically changes. The structure, the rewiring of our brain, the thinking part, and that's when you elicit a lot of your emotions of, did this happen? A little bit paranoid, it brings up interesting feelings. That's a consciousness level. And now you're here to confront it because of those changes, and it does rewire, and that's scientifically proven. What we have heard here at this conference is how to come from a spiritual point of view and learning to contain the change. And so as we continue in our lives, we're going to keep learning, our brains are going to keep rewiring, and that is what I learned, to unlearn the things I had learned.
For me, a lot of this has to do, for Native Americans, we are pre-wired to be spiritual. And for a lot of society today, they are not. They've lost a lot of their culture. They've lost a lot of their family. They don't even know, some of them don't know their origins. And that's why everybody's interested in Native Americans. Because they say, how can they be so spiritual? How can they just accept things like that? We often tell people, we don't need government to reveal that all these things are real. We've known it for millennia. And so we just go on and, you know, for me, I've seen UFOs pretty much all my life until I started having what they call missing time episodes. And those equal about a half hour apiece. I had 5 of them where I lost a half hour and I'm trying to get home and go to sleep. And it was starting to piss me off a little bit. And so I put a dash cam in my truck. And I said, if I'm going to see UFOs, I'm going to put them on film. I didn't see any more UFOs since that time. And I'm good with that. So I got a better dash cam now. It's a 4K camera. And I'm like, you know, I don't care if I never see one again. But like I said, all of this stuff, yeah, there's science in it. And we can shoot rockets at it and do all kinds of things. But there's a spiritual component in it. And that's what science does not want to admit, is that there's a spiritual element involved.
My dad is, he fancies this particular quote, which is from Buddha. And he basically said, you know, don't believe them, don't even believe me. Just believe what resonates with your heart. That's it.
One of the things that's really helped me is, you know, I play music, and so something where it's kind of like right brain activity helps. I've noticed helps a lot. So, and play either with people you really, I play with guys that are all on the same spiritual wavelength, and we just create. We can play covers all day long, but we create, and it definitely works. It definitely gets me in that place. So that's something. If there's something that's a right brain activity that you can do, that you love, that fills your heart up, that will definitely help.
Also, I want to add too, when we are indigenous people, we go in ceremony, and they call it meditation. I use those kind of words so people can connect with spirit at their spiritual realm. So here's their prize. It's also crystals will help. There's amethyst and selenite, and there's cedar there for protection, and sage for purification, and street grass and tobacco in there. English for being here, and that will help you with out there is spirit. Every single rock out there is spirit. So just remember that. That's how you connect. That's how you undo things. When we learn the histories of Mother Earth and our own spiritual journeys. You should be grateful for that question. Anybody else with a question? Steve, Don, you have one?
Me and my daughter have a question. It's either her or else me, but it's mainly her. She has.
Hi. What I want to ask is I want to ask really insects. I always have dreams about like UFOs and aliens, like wars happening to them. But like when I'm thinking about like in this, like in a different way in your life, I'm not scared of it. But like in my dream, I'm terrified of it. And then I want to know just any like relations. So if any of you guys have dreams like that, or like something similar, like aliens and UFOs. Because I'm also having dreams with my friends, so sure.
I think what she's talking about is astral traveling. Anybody want to experience explain that? Okay? Yeah, she travels, so she wants to talk about that.
It's perfectly natural to have dreams and visions about catastrophic and even apocalyptic type events with aliens, with other types of entities too. In the Bible, it says that in the end times, your young men will prophesy, your young people will prophesy, your old men will dream dreams. And that will be something normal across the board. So it's not something to be concerned about or scared about, but it is giving us warnings about things that are to come. But it may still not be personal to you in particular. When we dream and when we have visions, a lot of those things are things that apply across the board to all of humanity. And they very much, because when we dream these dreams and we have these apocalyptic visions, we always personalize them. Like they're just about us, and then we're concerned. And then we're concerned at that level. But we shouldn't be, because it's the most common thing to have these dreams and these visions in a panoramic, what we call a panoramic view, where it applies to everybody. And it's a warning for everybody too. That's why it's important to talk about it as well, because it does apply to everybody. So that's how I see it as far as that goes.
One of the things that you can do for all of us, we don't remember our dreams. We wake up and the dream evaporates. And then we go, I just remember a little bit. I don't remember everything. Keep a journal by your bedside. When you have a dream, as soon as you wake up, write down what you can remember. And as you go along, you'll remember more and more details of your dreams. Dreams can be prophetic. I had a dream one time where I saw two armies, and it was like I was up in the sky, or like I was a drone. And I saw these two armies just running at each other, and they clashed. And it was just horrendous. And I thought, wow, that's a weird dream. I've never had a dream like that. And about 8 months later, a movie came out, and that thing that I had seen was in that movie. So I was able to actually see something in the future. And that's happened to me a bunch of times. So a lot of times
spoke about a photo I had taken of a reptilian, and she transformed. She came to me in a dream and gave me that message. And it is a way of communication, I think, sometimes that we need to really listen to what's happening. We talk about prophetic future dreams. I think sometimes it helps the fears that we have in our subconscious level. And sometimes I've heard from psychologists, if we don't dream and elicit those subconscious, part of our brain reality, that we can go insane. But sometimes we have dreams that are very, very prophetic in the messages that they have and where our lives need to go. And that happens to me a lot. And, it was a great idea what John was talking about to write them down. But you asked a very specific thing about the fear of aliens coming to you. Am I correct in saying that? Yeah, only in your dreams. And that might be a way of connection and giving you a message, so pay attention to that.
I would say, John Miller and I investigated a lot of paranormal over the years that we worked in law enforcement. And during these investigations of even cases involving witchcraft and things that had demonic elements in them, we would give into the fear that we try to elicit from us. Sometimes these things will try to get you to fear, to live your life in fear. But I would say don't do that. Trust in your Creator, trust in the power of God to protect you. Put it in His hands. And don't give it power to manifest, John says.
So you travel in your dreams. You are in your dreams. I know that. I've been there. I woke up in my dream and I was in outer space. And it was just the most awesome thing I've ever seen in my life. Crystal clear. I'm sitting there and I'm looking and I go, whoa. And wow. And it didn't last long, but that period of time, unbelievable. But talking about, your fear and stuff, there's a thing, it's called a cover dream. Now, you got a cover dream is somebody that's behind the dream, and they're playing the dream for you. And they're disguising their intent and who they actually are in the dream. And they're producing the dream for you. You see what I'm saying? That happens a lot. And they're trying to make you fear and put fear into you by using the cover and disguising themselves.
And I just wanted to share that sometimes the dreams are actual contact. Like the Sasquatch, their understanding of consciousness, they show up in your dream sometimes, but it's not a dream, it's actual contact. And there's a clarity that comes with that is undeniable. And, and they're not the only ones that can do that. Your mind essentially works as a computer. You are constantly being programmed. Your subconscious programming determines your conscious behavior. If you have PTSD, there's a technique you can use to stop dreams and put yourself in power in the dreams. And literally, you just pretend you're a freaking superhero before you go to bed. You run through the programs, and you're programming your subconscious when you dream to be in control. And it's the same technique that people use for lucid dreaming. It's just about keep the process of programming your subconscious, consciously programming your subconscious.
Just to make sure we cover all the bases possible. The Sasquatch communicate with me in terms of symbols, and so it can also be that your dream is symbolic.
day and it means one thing, and you may read it another day and it may mean another. But once you had it down, it's down, you go over it. And I think sometimes depending, I remember once I lived at a spiritual center and I would watch these lectures, and depending on which day I watched it, I would get something different. So I think writing it down is really important. I agree with you.
So I'm in my bed. This is, I'm telling you, you are in your dreams. You are. Your soul is taken. You guys know. All right. Let me see what I'm saying. I'll let you go ahead. Then I'm asleep. And it's 5 a.m. in the morning, and I wake up and I look at the clock, and then I must have went right back to sleep. But I'm being carried to my bed. I'm like laying down like this, and they're carrying me. Someone's carrying me to my bed. And going like this, and then they put me on my bed, and I remember it's always the females that carry us. And she kisses me on the cheek, and then when I'm back in my body, I always take a deep breath like that, and you're back. Of course, there's nobody there, but she's probably standing right there, and you can't see her. But I'll let Judy talk about
astral traveling. The spirit traveling?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes we go out in traveling, or spirit travels. That happened to me when I lost my child. Seeing the doctor cut me open, and when I got to that side where my brother was, and I hear this other voice, and I told him, I want to go back. All I thought about was my 3 sons. I'm their mother, I want to take care of them, and they need that. I want to go back. And then I went back. I woke up, thought I was dead because it was so white, this curtain and this shine light there. And I went, am I dead? And I felt the pain. Oh no, I'm still alive. Good, thank you. Thank you for sending me back. So when we dream like that, we also go traveling to visit our star people, ancestors. And they give me the messages. It's called downloads, and either way you're up or awake, you still have those visions. So that's my experience with them going traveling like that. I know I got 2 other kids over there. I go visit them. Last time I visited them was like 13 years ago, and I didn't want to come back, but they told me I had to come back. And then just a couple of weeks ago, I see a little alien beside my bed, because I know I went out there to travel. And then I woke up, and there he was, standing by my bed. Hello. I'm back. I'm okay. And then he was gone. So it's different for everyone, the messages and things like that. So, like these guys said, like pay attention, write them down, and get them interpreted or whatever. It could be a message for the outside people. Okay, like for the world, for the people that even with your friends. All right. Any other questions?
Just 2 questions, quick questions. One is for Ian. When you were talking earlier about, when you were going, they were telling you not to go in as far or whatever. How do you get that? Is it your own voice in your own head? Or is it they just talk to you that way, like through your own? Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Is it?
I can talk, it's fine.
Okay.
How do I know? It's kind of like, how do I say this? Like putting yourself into a state of mind where you're.
What I would do is I would prepare myself with meditation so that my thoughts would calm down. And so it's a certain state of being. And then it's kind of receiving, it's not always words, it's a feeling, but it's also, there was a physical sensation of almost like a wall, like don't come any further. But it was sometimes they would just say no. So I think this is a few years back, okay? So, and so much happens every day, so it's hard for me to remember everything. When you're dealing with stuff every day, it's do remember being told that and hearing the actual words, and also just feeling it and sensing and knowing that it was not time. Because when the time was when it was loud, I didn't feel. They told me, but I also didn't feel like this kind of ball of energy. I mean, it wasn't literal, but I felt it. Like, don't come in. We get a vibe, but don't come any further. That's kind of how it was.
Is it your own voice in your own head? Is it just thoughts, or is it their voice?
Well, I mean, it's not something I can prove, but it's more just, it's there, it's not like, it's a different voice, Sometimes it's male, sometimes it's female, but after a while, getting to know the individuals, they have personalities, and they have ways of talking, and they're different, just like us. And it's just, you just have to, after a while, my thing was, it was a problem, because I was about 70-30 off, 30% off, I found out, 70% right. And so, to get that other 30%, I thought I'm not there, but it's preparation, and knowing, getting your mind quiet, because if you don't learn how to do that, and I'm still learning, you'll question yourself forever. And, these guys who know me have told me a ton to do, you have to trust yourself, And your experiences will bear that out. You'll know in time whether or not. And something, even if it was your higher self and you get the goods, who cares, right?
One thing I wanted to mention, and I'll tell you a little story and I'll tell you why. I knew somebody that was a young man. He was able to lay in his bed and just meditate and actually astral project. He was self-taught. He didn't know, he couldn't really explain to you how he did it, but he was able to do it. And during that time, he told me that he was able to go forward in time into the future and see future events. Or he could go the other way and go into the past. And these were times like a dream state that he was in. One time he came back and he saw these dark figures standing around his bed, and he could not get back to his body. And that shook him up really, really bad. Today he will not do it anymore. What I found out is that you have to protect yourself. You have to have a path back. And the purpose of this statement, me and Stan and Michelle, when we do things, we're protecting ourselves. We're praying. We're smudging. We're in Navajo culture, we have something called bitter medicine that's a little stronger than just smudging. And then we have something even stronger called lightning struck tree medicine. And that one, when there's a traumatic death in the family, you make a tea out of that and drink it. Or you can burn it with your smudge and take it that way. So I guess what I'm getting at is that all of us, we need to protect ourselves. We need to keep that prayer going and not let those things come in, because they can hurt us sometimes psychically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys know how to smudge, but I'm gonna state this so that we don't burn our houses down. When you smudge, I use like a little tiny cast iron pan that I got at what's that country restaurant in the States? Cracker Barrel. It's like a tiny frying pan. And I use they call it a hookah coal for hookah pipes, because you can light it with just a match and it'll light up, and it'll burn for about 10 minutes. So that's enough to go through your house and smudge your house. What the smudging does, whether it's sweetgrass, whether it's cedar or sage, it depends on what your tribe is. Some of our tribes use different things. My tribe, which is be aware of that. And don't leave hot coals laying around your house where they're gonna catch something on fire. And I had a Anglo lady, I was at Alien Con in Pasadena, California. And I had a lady stand up, she's Anglo, and she says, should I start smudging? And I'm thinking that, you know, all these people in the audience are gonna go out and buy all the cedar and sage and everything else, and I won't have it. So I told her, I says, go back in your own culture. Find out what they did to protect themselves. Take it as your own.
Another question?
I'm a little nervous just to get up, but what are your opinions on neurodivergent gatherings? One of the speakers had mentioned autism, and I have family who are on the spectrum, and I noticed a pattern that a lot of my other friends who are neurodivergent also are seeing patterns. What was I going to say? Do you think because the brains have been rewired, or they're just a different brain type?
Paula, do you want to answer that?
Sorry, the question was, do you think it's a brain, like, do I think it's specific to the individual?
Yes, but at the same time, I just noticed a pattern throughout my life that.
Yes. So I've talked to quite a few people on the spectrum. I've always wondered if I am myself, ADHD for sure, but I've never been diagnosed being on the spectrum or anything. But I'm having a brain fart here. So from what I understand, talking to autistic people is that basically everything is a pattern of information. There's not anything in existence that is not a pattern of information. And people on the spectrum are more right brain magnetic, closer to source, and they can perceive patterns in everything. It can be who you're talking to, a freaking speck of dust. It doesn't matter. They can, like, where we would have to. Me as not on the spectrum, I don't perceive that, but these people, the higher you get into frequencies of consciousness, I had a slide on that earlier, the more you're going to notice these deeper perspectives of reality that in our general population we're not experiencing. I had a slide earlier, like people like Sadhguru and Judy, who are really high up on this consciousness spectrum, are perceiving different things. I have women that are talking to me, they can literally see light codes and it will tell them what to do. And there's all kinds of different things, but I don't think anyone's really talking about it publicly in the medical community, because it falls into what I'm talking about, the deeper quantum spiritual perceptions of reality. We ignore all of that in our healthcare system here.
So do you think it is a different brain type?
A brain type? Everyone's just wired a little differently. What the root cause is, I don't know. I'm not a medical expert, but you can consider yourself lucky. You have skills. That's how I see it now. But I think you can learn this if you really get into meditation and you really start to let your ego go. And people will develop these abilities more. But it's all about trying to get higher up on that conscious frequency, living your life from a place of love. All your actions are from a place of love and not hate. If the lower you go down on the spectrum there, hate, you're going to experience less of reality.
observation of my nephew, there's exactly what you were saying, their extrasensory is developed. They are sensitive to touch, smell, even people's energy, and that they don't like to be touched. And they don't like the sensories. Maybe they feel the negativity of the world, and that I worked with catatonic children. When I was a teenager, I wanted to become a psychologist, and I really studied the brain. You know those people that are catatonic and they're not even here? They are somewhere else, and I think they're in a dimension that we do not understand. And their ability to be in reality is not there. So we have to look at autism as a mild form of that. Maybe they're in a different dimension, and they're getting messages, or existing in a world where their brain is creating, and it is rewired. So that's just the experience that I've had in my life with autism.
And understand that the government wants, whether it's U.S. government or Canadian government, they all want us to be normal, right? They even put us all in boarding school so that we could learn to be normal. Their version, their definition of normal. And we're bombarded with that every day. You know, you look at the TV, you see an absolutely skeletal woman, and they say, this is normal. You have to look like this. And then we get body issues. And so we're told all the time what to think and how to look and how to speak and everything else. Nobody is normal. Nobody. We're all independent individuals. And we need to celebrate that.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? I think someone had one.
I have a question. This is for my son. He's at home and we're going to bring him here all weekend. His helper is teaching salvation, spirit helpers, and he sees things all the time, but at the same time he doesn't want to believe it, or he doesn't know what to believe, like what's God, what's the devil. He's always having those issues in his mind. And how could I get him to come back here next year? Like, what would you tell him? What can I tell him? Because I'm recording for you guys right now. Because he's at home. Like, he was ready this morning, then all of a sudden he's like, no, I don't want to go. It's like, I'm good. But I know he's really interested, and I'm very interested too, because there's something at our house that maybe it's a portal. I don't know what it is, but things come in and out all the time at our home. And Lauren sees it, I see it, my son Lorenzen sees them, and sometimes my other daughter sees them. But it's always just me, Lorenzen, and Lauren who see these things. But, so what would you tell him to come for next time, for next year, because I can't wait till next year.
Thank you. I wish Jody could have made it today, Johanna, because that's one of the things that we do. Like her and I wanted to do that. We wanted to do those, go in there, not investigate, but go in there and see what's open, what kind of portals, what kind of spirits you're dealing with, and close them, and just communicate with them. That's what we call clearing houses. As for your son, he needs to go in ceremony. Go to shake tent. Go to shake tent ceremony, and he'll get his answers there. Why? Because he's looking for them. Why? And he's young at that age where but even me, why me? Like, well, I know why. Because I'm older and I'm able to do the work. Like, you know what I mean? Go out there and do the work. And he's young. I think I met him. Yeah. And I know because I remember the teachings that he was so attentive. Like he was so he was listening. Because I knew it was Sabe that they are part of our teachings, and they are here to help us with whatever responsibility they have, even like protection, or even like guiding him, because that's like it's honesty, right? So it's different for everybody, and just find the gifts, because that's very powerful helper. It's one of my helpers too. So anybody else want to answer that?
I would just like to say that what Judy has created here is a safe space for people that have these experiences to come and share, just like we had earlier with these people sharing their experiences. And here, you're not going to be laughed at, you're not going to be made fun of. This is a place that we can all share our experiences, regardless of what it is in the relation to these things. So, thank you, Judy.
That's a great question. You talked about a portal in your home, and your family sees things. Do you see things? Okay. Do you enjoy seeing those things?
Oh, I know they're there, and I know it's spiritual, but I know I'm not afraid of it, because I know it's not there to hurt me or mine. But I do see them, and sometimes that's scared, like my daughter, it's all hiding. They're also keeping on the corner, you know. Like last night, right? The other night, they kept on the corner too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, this part of my life I don't talk about with many people. My children are all gifted. Some of them have turned away from the gift because they were so open and they would receive messages. When they were 4 or 3, they would say, in little kids as toddlers, "Goodbye, my little angels." They would wave at the ceiling at night. And as time, they would see things in our home. There was a presence. We moved into the home, and now I've been living there for about 20-something years, almost 30 years. There was a gentleman that came. My husband worked a lot all over the world, and there was a gentleman who walked up, and he was a cowboy in black chaps, and he stayed with us up until 2 years. And everybody in the home knew him, and he told me his name was Dan. And Dan, I do believe, had lived in the area. I know that they were Native American presence, the Paiutes, the Utes were around that area. And I do believe he was a protector. And I think sometimes when we don't understand the phenomena, we make it good or bad or evil. It is what it is. And we've got to start looking at our protectors. And maybe you tell him that maybe some of these things that he's experiencing is for his own protection. And, you know, and that it's not, he should not be afraid of coming to learn from people who have great knowledge, great spiritual skill set. I mean, I learn from Judy every day. I've been watching her. She doesn't even know it. She has the medicine. The women in the United States and tribes do not get to do the medicine like they do up here. It is more spoken about in my culture. Women, in fact, let me share a quick story, and I'm sorry I don't need to take the time. My uncle was a medicine man with the Pawnee tribe, and I said, "Uncle, I want to learn the medicine." He goes, "But you're a woman." And I couldn't believe that he had said that to me and another niece that he had. So we both went out to different tribes in order to understand and learn the medicine. I am so grateful that I have done my ancestry here because I am Ojibwe Chippewa, and I am learning from my sister, who's willing to teach. She doesn't even know that she's teaching. And I've learned so much. I watch her little nuisance of the way she speaks. My sisters in the United States don't. And there's got to be a reform. So tell your son he's got a gift. You have a gift in your home because you can give
I started asking them, did it hurt you? No. I says, well, they were here first. So leave them alone, they'll leave you alone, and just accept them. Even today, they can see them every now and then. And interestingly enough, when they see them, they can see details now. They can see exactly what they look like. That if they saw them on the street somewhere, they would recognize them. But it's just part of our lives. There are very strange things out there, and we just need to learn to live, our lives and be with them.
Yeah, you mentioned that there's a portal in your home, and I totally believe that portal is a real thing. But basically, everyone is a portal. Like every part of you is a portal. Every atom in your body is connected to every other atom in the universe. And families, especially indigenous cultures, they have a certain set of beliefs that I don't have in my Western culture. And when you're in a high belief environment, these things tend to happen a lot more. If that's ingrained in your family's history, you guys grew up believing in these things, you're going to have more experiences than people that don't. I believed that UFOs were probably real. I never believed I would see one or it was possible to generate that experience until I learned that it was actually happening. I started talking to people that were having the experiences, so I started believing it, and then I did C5 and I believe that it's possible, and then it started freaking happening. But it's so interesting. You can have a small community, a small indigenous community right next to a Western community, and they're going to have 10 times the paranormal stuff going on because they are in a high belief environment. And that is a function of our reality, belief. Whatever we are literally believing this reality into existence, and to me, that's why you will have these experiences more than your neighbors would.
I'm going to go over here because I know this one. We have a question. I just dropped it in.
You know,
Was there a question?
I don't have a question actually. I could say something. I'm a doctor and a medical doctor. I also have a PhD in psychology, specializing in hypnotherapy. And one thing that I do in 4 hours is get people over any kind of emotional issue, like post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, panic attacks, agoraphobia. And the way we do this, the way I do it, it's my own program, I invented it. And the way it's done is people experience negative emotional states. And when they reach a peak based on an experience, that goes right directly past the conscious mind into the unconscious mind, which is the driver. And people in the field of psychology don't understand this. And not many people do. But the way to fix it is to go back to the same specific, exact experience or experiences. And instead of running with the way they went through them, with the negative emotional state, use a positive emotional state for the same exact experience. So you got to get them back to the time to go through the exact same experience, only this time with a positive emotional state. A state like love, confidence, respect for yourself and others. And when that happens, the whole experience changes on a dime. It's that easy. So it's something that wasn't really covered here, and I thought, I'll throw this in because I use this technology, and it works 97% of the time. The 3% that it doesn't work, people are usually suffering with alcoholism or they're drug addicted. But if somebody is actually basically normal, then it works all the time. And it's so simple. You got a negative experience that's based on a negative emotional state. It goes past the conscious mind directly into the unconscious. The unconscious is the driver. And for example, if somebody's afraid to go across bridges, they could have seen this thing on TV where cars go over a bridge and the bridge collapses, the cars crash into the water, and that could have been such a frightening experience that it took them to such a high level of fear, it bypasses the conscious, goes right into the unconscious, which is the driver, and for some reason they don't understand. 5 years later they can't go across the bridge. They have to drive all the way around the bridge. Well, when you sit down with the person and you go dig for the experience and you run this negative experience with something positive like confidence, and you go through the experience feeling confident that you can go across this bridge and you actually picture yourself doing it, then instantly that's all over with. From then on, they're good to go. And this could be something that's going on with their life for 30 years. But it's done when they do this modification. So I think that would help some of the stuff that's going on here.
Yes. Thank you for that. What's your name, please?
Dale.
Dale. Thank you, Dale. Does anyone else have a question, Kenny? Huh? Holler is my son. Oh my God. I'm gonna put him on the bush one of these days. He's just gonna sit there and
I guess, yeah, I can ask one. More for the law enforcement, like former police officers and that. Is like, you guys already were on your way in this kind of field, or did something happen in your career you're like, that made you like realize like, that was like, well, okay, maybe there's more than just this reality, right? Like, did something happen to you guys in your like workplace? You're like, okay, I can't explain what's going on, or like, for example, you were in the FBI, and was there ever a point in your career you're like, okay, something is up here, like, but no one is doing anything about it. Why? You know what I mean? Like, just wondering how you guys came across, like, you guys are clearly in this field now, and just kind of how you guys stumbled upon it or came across it. If you guys were already on your way here, or did something happen in your field that brought you here? And that's what I'm just curious, because that's such a, like, you guys are in the field, you guys had, like, your career is like pretty set out. You know what I mean? And now you guys are here, it's like interesting, like, not to, how do I say it without saying, like, it kind of adds a bit more credit to you guys. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you guys are there, and you guys deal with people so much that you guys, like, I hate people, so I don't come across much like this, right? But yeah, I'm just curious on like what brought you guys like. How you guys? Yeah. Well, I like persons. I like persons, but I don't like people. Yeah. Like, I like individuals, but like yeah. Yeah.
thank you, Tyler.
Yeah.
And Paramount Rangers too is
yeah, that's because half of you guys are in that field, so it's just.
I'll tell you, for me personally,
yeah,
one of the things that drove me to become a professional investigator was basically, it was the incident that I talked about during my presentation when I was 10 years old, and I had my contact experience with alien visitors, and they came to my room. They carried me around. They tried to abduct me, basically. And what really lit a fire in me, lit the fire of curiosity, the need to know, a burning need to know, was when my family, my extended family, tried to cover that up, that whole incident of the alien visitations that we had to our home. And instead they launched like the biggest cover-up operation since Watergate to just say that this was something else. It was demons and angels. It was something else. It was whatever it could be. It had nothing to do with alien visitors. They didn't want to get a reputation that alien visitors were visiting their home. That was my family's main concern when I was little. And they just launched the biggest cover-up operation I've ever seen in my life. And so after that, I was just like, I just had such a feeling of a need to know, a need to understand things, a need to know when the government is lying to you, which basically they were my government at that time.
Yeah.
You know, and I just felt like I need to get to a position where I can find things out and not take not take the nonsense of the governing authorities and take their word for what's really going on. Because they're always going to be lying to you. So for me, personally, it was that experience as a child that really drove me to the need, the burning need to be a professional investigator. That's what did it.
Yeah, that's what, like, how'd you guys get here?
I did it the other way. For me, and I'm going to tell you guys something that I don't talk about and I don't tell anyone else. So you're going to hear it first. When I was 7 years old, we lived in Los Angeles, right near Echo Park. I had a reoccurring dream as a child that me and my sister had left the house. It was dark outside. It was like 12 midnight or 1 in the morning. And we go walking down the street on Temple Street toward Glendale Avenue. We crossed Glendale Avenue. There's a little park there with an old library. The library's gone now. And as you cross the lawn, there's a berm that rises up, and there's a little baseball field on top of it. And I remember going up there and seeing a flying saucer that was sitting there. I remember going underneath it. I remember looking up and seeing this bronze metal. No rivets, no seams. And I remember all these tiny little micro scratches over the surface. And that's where my dream ends. And I had this dream for years. And at some point, that dream kind of went away, but I was curious about it. And so I started looking for old, what we call B-rated science fiction movies. These old black and white 1950s, early 60s movies about aliens and spaceships and, they're coming to conquer us. And I looked at every one I could find because I was trying to find that scene that I had seen, and I never found it. But I became a devotee of science fiction films. Later on, I grew up and I've been seeing UFOs all through my life. And I saw so many of them: cigars, saucers, triangles, orbs, just about everything. And as I went into my law enforcement career, you don't talk about that kind of stuff. You do not say anything because people will say you're crazy and you might get a psychological discharge.
Yes.
And you won't be working anymore. And I actually ran into, we were assigned to later on, I told Stan, I said, hey, let's go see the crazy people at this UFO convention, and maybe we can find some books and study some more on what we need to know. So we went down there to the international conference, and while we were there, we met all these big name speakers, and they kept telling us, you guys need to be speakers. And we're like, no, not me, you know. But at the time, this was 2008, 2009, somewhere around there. I told Stan, I says, you know, I'm getting too old to worry about what people think about me. And then Stan kind of reluctantly says, yeah, I'll go along with that. He wasn't sold on it completely. And we spoke at a MUFON meeting that was packed out with probably 200 people in the room here, standing against the walls and everything else. And we spoke. And there was a little guy sitting there taking notes on a clipboard. Next thing you know, we're invited to speak in front of 2,000 people at the International UFO Congress. And we did that. We didn't do it to become famous, or as I say, we're infamous. According to the three amigos, that's more than famous. That's still WAHKO famous. We didn't do it to be famous. We didn't do it to, we just said, let's get this information out and let people know this stuff is actually going on and it's real. And so that's how we got into this. Finished my career, 31 years. Stan finished just his law enforcement career is 23 years. And between us, we have 22 years of paranormal investigation experience. He's actually got 30 years in because he was with Parks and Recreation doing other stuff before. But, you know, it changed our lives. It really did. And we're not ashamed to talk about it now and let people know about it. And I'm done.
Yeah, I know how you.
I had a few experiences younger that I kind of wrote off and didn't really believe. My
this is for John. I just want to know, I'm curious, when you were looking for the truth, and when you got close to the truth, or you did find out the truth, were you ever threatened in any way, you and your family members, after, from any agency or anyone?
Like us natives?
Yeah, I'm sure it probably was, but I've been threatened my whole career. I worked counterterrorism, so I was threatened and I'm in asylum many, many times, and then you start not to even notice it anymore, and it doesn't really take any real attention from that point. It becomes something very small. So yeah, it's not really something that really matters. But on a more important tip, Building 7 was a controlled demolition. It proves that the whole thing was an inside job. World Trade Center was done by the government with government assistance, and in order for Sid Goldberg to collect the insurance on all of the World Trade Center. So that's more important.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, no.
Okay, listen. I didn't tell you the rest of that. I didn't tell you the rest of that story. I didn't tell you the rest of that story. In 2006, I went home for Christmas. My whole family was there. I've got 2 sisters and a brother. We were comparing old stories that happened in our lives as we were growing up. My sister starts telling a story about getting up in the middle of the night and going down Temple Street and going to the park and seeing a UFO. We started comparing notes, and I would correct her on things, and she would correct me on things. And I came to that point where I was under the UFO, and I says, that's where my dream ends. I says, I remember this open door on the side. And she goes, oh no, you ran right into that thing. I don't remember that. So that's what I forgot to mention. Okay, we're done now.
This is a wonderful group of people I ever worked with. I want to apologize to Elisa and Gabe for not able to download the videos that they sent me because the file was too big, but we'll play it and hopefully we'll try to get into the documentary that we're making. And I want to give a big hand and applause to Warren and Rodney. Listening to us and so let's stand up and give them an applause of appreciation, the hard work that they're doing, because we're not done yet. We're not done yet, Thank you. I want to thank everyone that came up today. If you have any questions or have any questions, just feel free to email me at sackaneyart@gmail.com, and then I can relay the rest the questions to any of the speakers here. I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Bella. I want to thank for coming as well and responding to my email. And I want to thank everyone here that came, and especially my sons Tyler and Randall, who's also working hard. My appreciation for her music and her voice, powerful
Thanks for tuning in. That's the end of the conference. Contact me. Go to derekmartin.ca. DEREKMARTIN.ca.